kuzokwenzeka. This mindset that some of us have around biodiversity is okay. And then one day, on days very much similar to this one, we'll gather to celebrate the steps that we took to see iphupho lifezeka. We won't have cause to cry because of the effects of climate change due to our adaptive efforts. It's been a difficult journey, but the strides we've taken stipulate that we can turn back now. We're at a point where there's so much potential of life every time we so much as pitch a fork in it to turn that ground, where the flipping of every inch of soil could mean there's a new life source found, and having a keen understanding of ecosystem-based adaptation means no matter how bad things may look now, we can always turn it back around. And I personally like how that sounds. For example, awucabange nje iti. Who would have thought that for a few small-scale farmers, wild rooibos uyogcina ube ukhiye? That because of it, imiphakathi iyothuthuka yandiselwe idle isuthi izishiye, ubani owayazi ukuthi ubumnyama betiye ubona obuyokhanyisa la bekubonakala khona engazuthi sekuhlwile. I'm telling you about the small-scale farmer of the State Bokkerveld who saw wild as their most important asset, who saw the opportunity to collaborate to help loosen the belts of communities who, because of their impoverished nature, had to remain so tightly fastened, who looked to have their people speak of struggle, hunger, marginalization, inconvenience, and lack in the past tense, with a harvest that feeds them economically but heals us. Man, this wild rooibos tea and its farmers both of such great resilience, who are big contributors to the trading of remedies that amounted to well beyond billions, who both require sustainable protection and because of their value proposition deserve to be taken serious so the world can continue with this life-saving tea that even now many households love to experience. I love how we're putting together and executing strategy to help society adapt to the adverse effects of climate change. How we're considering ways to manage ecosystems to provide services and solutions that increase resilience of socio-ecological systems to both climatic and non-climatic risks, no matter how strange. How we're finally giving restoration of ecosystems a face and using conservation and sustainable management to ensure that the thrill around these strategies aren't just another passing phase. Us. We'll teach the world about how there's direct correlation between healthy ecosystems, human well-being, and long-term socio-economic resilience. How those same healthy ecosystems will provide services such as food, water, fuel, and natural medicinal brilliance. How they can help reduce climate change vulnerabilities and disasters by serving as barriers against hazards that are killing us. And this can all be gained by a teachable and willing us. For today, let's pat ourselves on the back. Let's take a bow of courteous Kikizeskia with the tip of a hat. Let's celebrate the coming together of forces to effectively support the nation to meet its sustainable development goals, moving to action from chat. Again, kuzokwenzeka. Generation restoration. I'm so glad to be alive for that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Adaptation Symposium. It's indeed a great pleasure. And I would like to start our day today by giving the floor to the Regional Director of the Africa Office of UNEP to make her statement and invite us and welcome us to a three-day session that will be truly exciting and truly inspiring. It's indeed my great pleasure now to welcome to the stage Madam Dr. Juliet Biao Kudenekbu, UNEP Director and Regional Representative for Africa. Juliet has a wealth of experience in international development and over 30 years managing development initiatives in Latin America, Canada, Africa, with a focus on the environment, community livelihoods, and gender equality. She has worked with a wide range of international organizations, developing, managing, and mobilizing resources. Dr. Biao pioneered groundbreaking initiatives, including participatory management of protected areas. She has previously served as the Minister of Environment and Nature Protection in Benin, as well as the Acting Minister of Family and Child. Dr. Biao holds a PhD in Public Policy and Administration and a Master of Science in Forestry Economics, as well as other numerous academic and professional accolades. She received the Global Women Leadership and Green Future Leadership Award for her leadership and achievements in the field of environmental management and sustainable development. I am really privileged to be working under her leadership. And she has also been awarded the highest title of Commander of the National Order of Merit in Benin. Dr. Biao, it's indeed my great pleasure to welcome you and invite you to make your statement. Welcome, Dr. Biao.
Thank you, Cecilia, dear sister. Distinguished participant, Dr. Geraldine Ray Menat, General Representative of the Government of Flanders in South Africa. Her Royal Highness Princess Ketumile Kalifile Mabena of the Indebile Kingdom. I see my sister Nados is not yet here, but I also want really to recognize the heads of UN agencies here with us, the representative of civil society organizations, members of the media, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor and a privilege to address you today on this August occasion on the first National EbA Symposium in South Africa, which we are holding virtually in light of travel and various other restrictions COVID-19 pandemic has stressed upon us. Notwithstanding, I appreciate this opportunity to convene with colleagues and deliberate on such an important subject, ecosystem-based adaptation, with a particular focus on South Africa. UNEP promotes ecosystem-based adaptation and nature-based solution in particular to help people, especially rural communities, adapt to the adverse effect of climate change as part of an overall adaptation strategy. Officially started in April 2018, UNEP's South Africa EbA program is focused on improving multi-stakeholder coordination, strengthening capacity for gender-responsive evidence-based policy and decision-making in EbA to address social drivers of vulnerability, identifying innovative EbA finance streams, identifying gender-responsive EbA best practices, and supporting their upscaling or replication in high-risk community. My organization recognized that EbA is more effective when appropriately integrated into broader adaptation and development strategies. You might be interested to know that our EbA initiatives are people-centered and are deliberately designed to increase resilience and reduce vulnerability of local communities to the effect of climate change. It gives me a pleasure to report that in December 2020, the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment reaffirmed the commitment to sustainably manage and utilize natural resources by supporting the theme of the nature-based solution in the context of sustainable development. At that 8th special session of AMSEN held in November 2020, which was convened under the auspices presidence of Barbara Crecy, South Africa's Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, under the theme Enhancing Environmental Action for Effective Post-COVID Recovery in Africa, called for increased environmental action to protect and restore the environment, contribute toward building back different and better, to increase resilience to future crises, and steer the continent on a more sustainable path. During this session, the Africa Green Stimulus Program was adopted. 54 ministers and governments across the continent share the consensus that we must better protect and restore biodiversity and ecosystems, which will help prevent future pandemics while addressing the triple planetary emergency of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution. Distinguished participant, I'm pleased to report that UNEP is implementing various initiatives to promote EbA as part of the South Africa's overall climate change adaptation strategy and in support of the long-term just transition to a climate resilient economy and society. You might be interested to know that South Africa, with key partners in UNEP and government of Flanders, have largely pioneered EbA action through capacity building, scientific assessment, policy briefs, and implementation to assist decision makers in managing natural resources sustainably. To balance economic growth with climate change responses and environmental management, we have deliberately prioritized the mainstreaming of environmental consideration into social and economic frameworks, models, and decision-making both at national, sub-regional, and subnational levels, as well as across sectors. We are pleased to announce that we are supporting the government of South Africa's effort to explore new mechanisms for innovative environmental financing solutions and blending public-private approaches, including access to international sources of climate finance. Distinguished participant, in April 2018, we have partnered with government and civil society in implementing innovative pilot projects and scalable EbA and disaster risk reduction initiatives with the district development model of delivery. Please allow me to highlight a select few of them. In partnership with the Africa Center for a Green Economy, we have developed business cases providing an analysis of cost, benefit, effectiveness, risk, knowledge gap in innovative financing. Business models have been packaged to present opportunity for EbA measures to be tested for their efficacy and sustainable business models for generating the socio-economic and environmental co-benefit. A guidance note on innovative financing mechanism for EbA in South Africa has been developed, announcing how gaps identified in business cases could be addressed and thereby unlock private investments to complement public finance and support the development of innovative models which could accelerate the deployment of EbA measures at scale. UNEP is providing technical support to platforms, including the National EbA Coordinating Steering Committee and EbA Committee of Practice, resulting in improved stakeholder coordination towards implementation of national EbA strategy. I think that the list of our achievement is long. In the interest of time, I will really quickly skip the rest of the example I wanted to give. And just to say that this symposium fits in well and aligns with the broader framework of the recent launched UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration from 2021 to 2030, which was proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in a 29th resolution. This UN Decade for Restoration rallies all of us to play a part in halting and reversing the fragmentation and degradation of territorial, freshwater, and coastal marine ecosystem. As I said, the Great Stimulus Package was adopted by all ministers to guide our future actions, including on EbA. It is our hope that this symposium will contribute innovative ideas to strengthen the science policy practice, interface, and evidence-based decision-making in South Africa. We hope to create a national and regional EbA movement that will last a decade and beyond, in which all interested and affected parties participate in protecting South Africa's famously rich endowment of natural resources. Distinguished delegates, let me conclude by saying, Africa has a unique opportunity to restore its ecosystems and develop its natural resources in a manner that can be a lesson for the rest of the world. So over the next 3 days, let us reimagine the ecosystem we want. Let us redefine our role in nature from consumers of natural resources to stewards of the ecosystem. Let us reconfigure our modus operandi. Let us strategize for the restoration of water, food, energy, security, dignity of livelihood, and climate change resilience through ecosystem-based adaptation. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biao, for those very, very inspiring remarks. You have reminded us that Africa has a unique position to make our abundant nature work for us. And I think that's really your clarion call, that across the national level, from South Africa to Egypt, from Senegal to Kenya, let's come together and rally together to make sure that Africa's unique position and unique abundant resources and ecosystems truly work to improve the socioeconomic position of many of our communities, particularly those that live in vulnerable conditions in rural and in informal urban centers. We really want to thank you for giving us that very powerful statement. Thank you very much, Dr. Juliet Biao.
My pleasure.
I am pleased to see that our resident coordinator is now with us, and it's indeed our great pleasure to have Dr. Nardos Bekele-Thomas joining us this morning. She is our mother, she is our leader here at the country level, and I'm really happy to see you on board as we continue to rally and see that nature that is everywhere, nature that allows everything to grow, whether it's animals, the plants, small or big. Nature is beautiful in every way. It's wonderful, it's exciting, and needs our care. So listen, learn, and do your part to keep nature beautiful forever. This is a poem by Super Ranger Amand. And on that note, I'd like to introduce our resident UN resident coordinator, Dr. Nardos Bekele-Thomas, who has influenced growth and development on the African continent for nearly 30 years through top positions in government of multiple nations and in the United Nations. Once again, I'm really privileged to have had the opportunity to work under her leadership and to grow with her. Her expertise encompasses private sector development strategies and policies, public policy, decentralized governance, and participatory development. She is a public civil servant of note. She has led reforms and management. She has also led public-private sector strategic partnerships, women and youth leadership, empowerment and employment, and information, education, and communication systems. We are really happy to have Ms. Bekele-Thomas, who holds a master's degree on economic development and monetary economics and econometrics from the New York University. She has authored several papers and monographs and is fully bilingual in French and English. She's a member of numerous professional organizations, including the Allied Social Sciences Associations and America Economic Associations. She is hugely passionate about ecosystems, environment, climate change, and biodiversity. It's indeed my great pleasure to invite you, my resident coordinator, Dr. Nardos Bekele Thomas, to make your statement. Welcome, Nardos.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Thank you for being the program director, my colleague and my sister. Good morning to Honorable the Deputy Minister, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Good morning to Dr. Geraldine Remnon, General Representative of the Government of Flanders in South Africa. Of course, my sister, my dear sister, and my colleague, Dr. Juliet Biao Kudenuku, UN Environment Program Director and Regional Representative in the Africa Office in UNEP, Nairobi, Kenya. Her Royal Highness Princess Ketumile Kalipile Mabenza, cultural activist and environmentalist, my dear sister, the Directors General of National Departments, representatives from the national departments, United Nations family and partners, members of the development community and civil society, representatives from the private sector and academia, our esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I extend my gratitude to the organizers of this ecosystem-based adaptation symposium, UNEP Africa Office, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, the South African National Biodiversity Institute, with the generous support of the Government of Flanders for allowing me to present these opening remarks. This is a very significant occasion for the UN family in South Africa, as the symposium is being held within the backdrop of the recently launched UN Decade of Ecological Restoration. It's also being held in a crucial year for climate action, which may be our last opportunity to meet the commitments made in the Paris Agreement and save ourselves from catastrophic climate change. This forum, ladies and gentlemen, gives us the opportunity to reflect on and reinforce evidence-based, informed decision-making and promote the implementation of climate change adaptation across South Africa and the continent. We must recognize that sustainable development, democracy, and peace are indivisible. Today, we are faced with a major challenge, the COVID-19 pandemic, that calls for a shift in our thinking so that humanity stops threatening its life support system. To quote Nobel Peace Prize winner, the late Professor Wangari Maathai, my good friend, my inspiration, she said, quote, "We are called to assist the earth to heal her wounds and in the process heal our own. Indeed, to embrace the whole creation in all its diversity, beauty, and wonder," unquote. To help prevent further outbreaks of zoonotic viruses like COVID-19, the destruction of habitats must stop, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot go back to business as usual, and we will need to rebuild by working with nature, not against it. Ladies and gentlemen, if we cannot stabilize and restore our ecosystems and their biodiversity, or limit the devastating consequences of climate change, none of us, I repeat, none of us or our children have a future. We are all living on borrowed time. I encourage all participants to critically and passionately engage over the next couple of days on the ways in which we can make ecosystem-based adaptation not just a buzzword for the day, but to make it the best and dominant practice. This approach can protect our ecosystems, increase the resilience, and reduce the vulnerability of local communities. In particular, we need to focus on our brothers and sisters living in rural areas, as they are more immediately dependent on natural resources and ecosystem services, and are more vulnerable to the dangers posed by climate change. Over the past few years, South Africa has experienced As you know, devastating impacts of weather-related hazards such as floods, wildfires, storms, and droughts. We have seen the wildfires in the Western Cape, floods in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, and periods of prolonged droughts in several areas in the country. These events have wreaked havoc on infrastructure and communities, causing devastating economic and social losses. These disasters are just a pale foreshadowing of what is to come unless we treat climate change as the existential threat that it is. As President Ramaphosa explained at the G7 Leaders Summit session on climate and nature last week, the existential threat posed by climate change requires nothing less than urgent, ambitious, and collective action by the nations of the world. There is no more important task in these decades of the 21st century than reducing greenhouse gas emissions, moving away from fossil fuels, and stabilizing our changing climate. Every tenth of a degree matters, and all countries, including South Africa, must do nothing but more, and more. To this effect, responding to climate change requires comprehensive, integrated strategies that simultaneously address social, economic, and environmental consequences. Our efforts, ladies and gentlemen, is to redress climate change, both through adaptation and mitigation, should informing and ultimately shaping the global development agenda. Biodiversity loss is a crisis that is rapidly equaling climate change in its magnitude. As the Secretary General has said, humanity is waging our nature. Deforestation, climate change, and the conversion of wilderness for human food production are destroying Earth's web of life. We are part of that fragile web, and we need it to be healthy so that we and the future generations may thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 is a terrifying example of our damaged relationship with the natural world. Indeed, 60% of all known diseases and 75% of new infectious diseases have passed from animals to humans as a consequence of our disregard for the natural world. In the face of mounting pressures on natural resources and ecosystems and intersecting socioeconomic crises, I am encouraged to see that South Africa has adopted a national climate change adaptation strategy. The strategy aims to build climate resilience at all levels of society, integrate adaptation responses into all sectors and plans, improve the understanding of the driving forces of climate change, and ensure the resources and systems that are in place to enable implementation. This well-developed strategy outlines the necessary action to be taken, but the implementation has been slow and fragmented. To achieve a level of adaptation that will safeguard communities and infrastructure, we need more participation and collaboration with the private sector, academia, and civil society. We cannot have a siloed approach as we face the planet's greatest threat. Today, I'm pleased to see that representatives of the various sectors will be participating and leading many of the discussions over the next 3 days. Allow me to acknowledge and thank all stakeholders for their commitment to promote scientific, common, evidence-based, informed decision-making and implementation for climate change adaptation. Honorable Minister, through our strong partnership with the government of South Africa, donors and other stakeholders in the environmental space, we want to see 5 key outcomes in the near future. Firstly, we need to support and strengthen climate change adaptation capacity at the national and subnational level to ensure food, water, and energy security. We understand that climate change will affect us all, but it will impact the poor first and hardest. We need to urgently enhance adaptation measures that protect food security and nutrition. A good example of this is UNEP's pilot project focusing on the importance of sustainable agriculture as a critical component in building resilient populations against climate change and other shocks in the Eastern Cape. But these must be expanded across the country and the rest of the continent. Secondly, Honorable Minister, we need to help ensure that ecosystem-based adaptation becomes central to development and economic planning, budgeting, and agricultural policy. As stakeholders in the environmental space, we need to invest finances and technical expertise towards this endeavor. As Inger Anderson, the executive director of UNEP, said, quote, nature-based solutions are recognized as integral to global climate action, which demonstrates that it's not only us that protects nature, but also nature that protects us, unquote. Thirdly, we need to envisage and implement ecosystem-based adaptation projects that will enable vulnerable and marginalized communities to equitably access and justify benefit from natural resources. We need coordination and implementation at community level to ensure the natural ecosystems are managed and utilized sustainably for improved livelihoods and well-being of vulnerable communities, in particular women, youth, and persons living with disabilities. Fourth, we need to ensure that ecosystem-based adaptation programs such as ecosystem restoration improve decision-making in the short and long term. We must also broaden our thinking and explore opportunities for innovative experiments, pilot projects, and scale-up initiatives, creating synergies and finding ways of convergence with other initiatives. Lastly, ecosystem-based adaptation needs to become the dominant approach across all disciplines that relate to our future development and our efforts to achieve the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, the meaningful participation of women and youth in ecosystem-based adaptation, as well as innovative finance mechanisms, ideal governance models, and monitoring and evaluation form part of key issues for deliberations and reimagination. The theme of the symposium challenges us to reimagine, like my sister Julie said, and reflect on the work that has been done and commit to fill the gap to protect and restore ecosystems, adapt to climate change, and ensure that vulnerable communities are not left behind. Investments in the management, restoration, and rehabilitation of ecosystems and their services are investments in the communities who depend on them. When we rebuild our economies, we must build back greener, better, and in partnership with the natural world. To that end, we must take this symposium as an opportunity to enhance collaboration and cooperation, to discuss remove barriers to effectively implement ecosystem-based adaptation, and consider opportunities for innovative and catalytic interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you with this urgent message. Time is not on our side. We have squandered decades through inaction and destruction of our environment. We can no longer afford the luxury of having science disputed and denied. History will judge our societies harshly if we fail to rise to the challenge before us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is time for action. I thank you. But before I conclude, Madam Program Director, let me just apologize for coming late due to technical problems. So, apologies, but I'm so glad that I'm here with you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, RC. Yes, we do understand this is one of the challenges as we move to virtual meetings. This is bound to happen, but we really appreciate your time. And you've been leading us, you've been coordinating us and guiding us as we develop this groundbreaking program here in South Africa. So we really want to thank you. You have reminded us that time is not on our side, that recovery cannot be business as usual. And our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic truly depends on how we nurture and take care of nature. And therefore, it's inevitable that we have a coordinated, integrated, collaborative approach that integrates and ensures that green recovery is at the core of that. As we move to the next speaker, I just want you in the next 3 days to look deep into nature. And then you will start understanding everything better. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our third distinguished speaker in this opening session. And this is none other but our partner, I will say. This has really been our true partner, both together with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and who has believed in us and has seen this as a very important part of their development cooperation here in South Africa. They have prioritized climate change adaptation and seen the benefits of ecosystem-based adaptation as being core in contributing to South Africa's long-term vision on addressing the climate change challenge. So it's indeed my great honor to now introduce Dr. Geraldine Remenat, who is a general representative of the government of Flanders in Southern Africa. The general representation presents the region of Flanders, Belgium, in 7 countries in the Southern Africa region with a special focus on South Africa, Malawi, and Mozambique. It is responsible for supporting and facilitating all official contacts between the government of Flanders and its partner countries, and promotes, supports, and engages in, amongst others, cultural development cooperation, education, science and technology, innovation, human rights, and youth policy. The current development cooperation program between the government of Flanders and South Africa focuses on climate change adaptation and on inclusive green economy. And this program is truly a beneficiary of this support, not just financially, but also in terms of providing us guidance and technical support. Before she joins the Flanders Government of Foreign Affairs, Geraldine worked as a research coordinator at the Belgian Institute of the Equality of Women and Men, and as a researcher in gender studies at Ghent University, Belgium. Geraldine holds a PhD in history. It's indeed my great pleasure to invite you and welcome you, Geraldine, to make your statement. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Honorable Mkhutsu Sutyo, Deputy Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Dr. Narvis Bekele Thomas, UN Resident Coordinator, Dr. Juliette Biao, UN Environment Director and Regional Representative for Africa, and Mrs. Tilian Jenga, Head of UN Environment in South Africa. Government officials, representatives of UN agencies, civil society, academia, and private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Last week, Thursday, the Court of First Instance in Brussels, Belgium, ruled that the Belgian government, and I refer here to the federal government of Belgium, as well as our 3 regional governments, it ruled that the governments should intensify their climate policies. The ruling follows a court case initiated almost 7 years ago by a local NGO and supported by over 58,000 Belgian citizens, pushing for stricter and more ambitious climate objectives. Following the 2013-2019 climate case in the Netherlands, the first of its kind, several European and other countries have initiated climate cases against their governments in recent years. Several cases have been successful, with courts ruling that governments have a legal duty to prevent dangerous climate change, that they have neglected, that they have been negligent in their climate policies, and that current climate policies fare inadequate in terms of protecting the environment for future generations. In the aforementioned ruling in Belgium, the court concluded that our climate policies are in violation of the European Convention on Human Rights, in particular Article 2 on the right to life and Article 8 on the right to respect for private and family life. This case and others bear testimony that climate justice is indeed a human right. These recent happenings illustrate that significant segments of the population are dissatisfied with the pace and magnitude of current climate actions. There are various ways in which citizens can and do take action in order to place climate change higher on the political and global agenda. Besides the judicial channel, another option is more climate-friendly investment and entrepreneurship to encourage businesses to embrace an environmentally sound orientation, as well as deliberate actions. For instance, the climate activist investors who recently claimed seats on the boards of large oil companies. Active engagement, particularly the strong involvement of the youth, is steadily increasing, as shown by the climate strikes of 2018 and 2019. These all serve to emphasize the urgency of climate action to achieve the requisite systemic changes. Ladies and gentlemen, long-term planning and introducing climate goals that for some might seem restrictive are politically challenging tasks for any government. However, given that climate is a common good and climate change a global problem, it stands to reason that it should be addressed at global level and that global commitment is needed. Hence, climate objectives are set at a higher level, such as the African and European Union, the United Nations, and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. When international institutions set the benchmarks, this creates a form of peer pressure on national governments, thereby facilitating their alignment to and implementation of these objectives. The role of multilateral institutions in setting international climate goals and acting as a watchdog is thus a significant one. International climate agreements quite rightfully focus on mitigation and reduction of greenhouse emissions. However, adaptation is equally critical, particularly where vulnerable communities are concerned. Thus, ecosystem-based adaptation has increasingly become an important component of international climate policies. To this effect, the European Commission adopted a new EU strategy on adaptation to climate change in February of this year. The strategy maps pathway to prepare for the unavoidable impacts of climate change and appropriately comprises a well-defined chapter on nature-based solutions for adaptation. South Africa, for its part, has actively worked towards integrating climate change adaptation into its climate policies. The National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy that was approved last year includes ecosystem-based adaptation as an important component of the country's overall climate change adaptation response. Although we have our Flemish Climate Strategy 2050, Flanders can certainly learn from South Africa in this area. The strategy, by focusing on climate mitigation, the transition to green and sustainable energy, the circular economy and carbon storage, emphasizes the importance of nature-based solutions for carbon storage, biodiversity, and ecosystem services. Forests, grasslands, meadows, and river networks are logically identified as important buffers against, for example, drought and excess of water. The Flemish Climate Adaptation Plan currently still under development, will identify how our ecosystems can strengthen resilience against the effects of climate change. As the ecosystems in Flanders have decreased and are very fragmented, their preservation, expansion, and connection into a larger network receive much attention. There is a growing appreciation for open space and the awareness that it must be designed in a robust and multifunctional manner so that various elements such as food supply, water storage, climate mitigation and adaptation, biodiversity, mobility, and recreation can be combined sustainably. But as I said, climate change doesn't stop at our boundaries and is a global problem. Flanders therefore commits itself to support countries in the global south to enable them to follow a low carbon development path and to enhance their resilience to the consequences of climate change in their community. Through our development cooperation program with South Africa, the government of Flanders supports South Africa's national climate change adaptation strategy. An important scope of this program is to introduce ecosystem-based adaptation in communities. Some of these projects will be discussed during the course of this symposium. They include a UNESCO project on building adaptive capacity in South Africa's biosphere reserves. The Kruger to Canyons Biosphere Region project supports the development of an inclusive and green economy through climate-smart agriculture, sustainable rangeland management, and water stewardship. Two further projects, which are community-based, comprise the Wildlands Conservation Trust and Olive Leaf Foundation. The former encourages the use of climate-smart and conservation agriculture techniques by rural communities, but also works to strengthen local governance structures and develop a green economy, whilst Olive Leaf Foundation focuses on the restoration of depleted grasslands as a means to transforming rural communities into effective economies. It is our aspiration that these projects will provide clear pathways to demonstrate how communities can preserve their precious ecosystems and use their natural buffer capacity to minimize the negative effects of climate change on their livelihoods. These can subsequently serve as models to be replicated at larger scale, not only in South Africa, but also throughout the world. Flanders supports EbA projects within local communities, but we also support the mainstreaming of EbA within local, regional, and national climate change response strategies and at policy level. This is the focus of the project implemented by UNEP that aims to strengthen ecosystem-based adaptation through promoting evidence-based policy and decision-making at national level, identifying new streams of finance for EbA, enhancing cooperation between EbA stakeholders, and scaling and replicating EbA practices in high-risk communities. And this week's symposium forms part of this project. I would like to thank UNEP for their leadership, not only in setting the global environmental agenda and in serving as an authoritative advocate for the global environment, but also for their work on the ground, as they do in South Africa in the project funded by Flanders, to support local communities to increase their resilience and reduce their vulnerabilities to climate change, thereby effectively managing and preserving natural ecosystems. To conclude, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I wish you all inspiring and fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks you very much, Geraldine, for this excellent message. You know, as we continue to dwell on this subject of ecosystem-based adaptation and the centrality it plays, I recall, you know, the initial conversations we had with your office and trying to see how we position EbA within the climate change adaptation and the various conversations we had, you know, nature-based solutions, etc. But you truly believed that placing EbA at the center of your development cooperation was important. But more importantly, I'd just like to highlight your belief as the government of Flanders on the importance of collaboration, coordination amongst all your development partners is extremely exciting. We have worked together, we work closely together with many of the other partners that you are supporting, and this has really enriched our work within the country. You have reminded us that multilateralism is important, global commitments are important, we need to hold each other accountable, and that developed countries, should really live up to their commitments to the climate support that they have promised to the developing countries. And indeed, this will be a key agenda item as we move to COP26. So thank you very much, and we really look forward to your continued collaboration. It's now indeed my great pleasure to move to our distinguished Honorable Minister, who will be making her keynote statement to this august House. It's indeed my pleasure to now warmly welcome Honorable Ms. Makotso Maggie Sotio, the Deputy Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Maggie, as she popularly is called, is a member of both the ANC Provincial Executive Committee and the ANC Women's League National Executive Committee. She started her political career as a factory worker in Bloemfontein in the early 80s. She was deployed to the National Assembly Parliament of the Republic of South Africa in 1999. She served in many portfolio committees, including safety and security, social development, art and culture, science and technology. She was later appointed to be the chair both for safety and security portfolio committees and the security cluster in Parliament. Deputy Minister, with these credentials, one of our greatest area of gap is actually enforcement of environmental regulations, and therefore we do really appreciate having you on board and holding this very important portfolio. Minister holds a number of qualifications, advanced diploma in economic policy. She also holds a certificate in sustainable development, a certificate in sustainable development and population growth. And on the 1st of November 2010, she was appointed to the position of Deputy Minister of Police. Minister Sotio was then appointed as Deputy Minister of Art and Culture in 2017 to May 2019. And in May 2019, the Deputy Minister Sotio was appointed as Deputy Minister of the Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. It is indeed my great pleasure to welcome you, Honorable Minister, to make your statement. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to all these beautiful faces that I can see on my screen. To the head of the United Nations Environment Program, that is UNEP, in South Africa, representatives from the European Union, that is EU, Government of Flanders, International Union for the Conservation of Nature, Global Adaptation Network, and the South African National Biodiversity Institute. That is one of our own in the department. Ladies and gentlemen, to avoid leaving many people out, very important to again, let me say all protocol observed. Program Director, I hope you are all well and keeping safe in these unprecedented and difficult times we find ourselves in. As you know that this is a very difficult time in South Africa and in the world. I would like to extend my sincere greetings to everyone who joined us today on this remarkable symposium on ecosystem-based adaptation. Allow me once again to take this opportunity to acknowledge the United Nations Environment Program, that is UNEP, for organizing this event that is aimed at unpacking the role of ecosystem-based adaptation in South Africa's climate change adaptation efforts. I would like also to acknowledge the government of Flanders who made it possible for this symposium to take place. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is one of the major drivers of change resulting in the deterioration of ecosystem structure, function, goods and services. South Africa is not exempt from the adverse impact of climate change, as seen from the recent extreme weather events that manifested in the form of drought, floods, and heat waves in different geographical regions of the country. As a result, the theme for this symposium is appropriate and timely to reinforce the efforts to address climate change in a local context. The need for urgency to address climate change is also supported by the 2021 Global Risks Report of the World Economic Forum, which places climate action failure and biodiversity loss among the top 10 global risks. This was also corroborated by South Africa's National Diversity Assessment, that is the NBA 2018, which highlighted habitat loss and climate change amongst the top 5 pressures faced by the country's terrestrial ecosystems and species. Program Director, as you may know, our country is endowed with rich diversity of flora and fauna, and this has earned the country a spot among a group of the meager biodiverse countries globally. Biodiversity provides a wide array of benefits to the economy, society, and human well-being. As a result, maintaining intact ecosystems and species population and ensuring connectivity across landscapes and seascapes is vital for preserving adaptive capacity of nature to climate change, which in turn will enhance human adaptive capacity and resilience. It is to this reason that the South African government recently adopted the National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy, as mentioned earlier, which provides an enhanced opportunity to transition the country towards climate resilience and for us to achieve our obligations to the Paris Agreement through the National Determined Contribution, which we refer to as the NDCs. The National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy will thus focus will follow a sustainable development path guided by adaptation and recovery from the changing climate and environment to achieve our sustainable development aspirations. Anchored by 9 strategic interventions, which will be implemented across 11 sectors, the NCCAs provides a common reference point for climate change adaptation efforts in South Africa, including the ecosystem-based adaptation. Program Director, diversity and ecosystems are recognized as one of the 11 important sectors in which resilience is paramount. Ecosystem-based adaptation, which entails the use of biodiversity and ecosystem services in helping people to adapt to the effect of climate change, offers a good opportunity for actively leverage the functionality of ecosystem goods and services in our climate change responses. More importantly is that EbA can be applied on diverse land and seascapes, including natural areas, human-modified landscapes, such as agricultural areas and urban regions, and it is also cost-effective. In South Africa, EbA is recognized for its potential to support poor and rural communities who are more directly dependent on natural resources and ecosystem services in adaptation to climate change. The core benefits, rather, of EbA contribute towards a broader set of socio-economic and development goals, including job creation, poverty reduction, and rural or peri-urban development. As a result, the South African government has been championing the ecosystem-based adaptation approach with specific focus on the investment in the conservation and protection of ecosystems, mainstreaming of biodiversity across sectors, and programs for restoration and rehabilitation of degraded or stressed ecosystems. Furthermore, Program Director, there are a number of various multi-sectoral programs currently under implementation aimed at inter alia contributing to climate change adaptation and mitigation. Many of these programs link biodiversity conservation with socio-economic development in line with government priorities, and this includes our department environmental programs, including Working for Water, Working for Wetlands, Working for Land, and others that implement restoration activities in support of the EPWP, which contributes to the supporting adaptation and reducing climate disasters. Program Director, this also responds to the 7 government priorities, including alleviating poverty and uplifting households, especially those headed by women, through job creation and skills development. I'm also encouraged by the efforts geared towards mainstreaming EbA in South Africa through collaborative initiatives between my department and UNEP South Africa through a project known as Increasing the Resilience and Reducing the Vulnerability of Rural Communities to the Adverse Effects of Climate Change, funded by the government of Flanders, that we appreciate very much as a country. This initiative has facilitated the investment of such needed resources in 2 important EbA projects across the country that include Conservation Stewardship Program in Namakwa land, in a province called Northern Cape. We all know how that province is struggling, and that is one of the poorest provinces in our country. And EbA mainstreaming in the Joe Gabi district of the Eastern Cape. These projects are aimed at enhancing sustainable land management that will benefit the local communities through improved the flow of ecosystems, goods, and services that include grazing. Program Director, municipalities are pivotal to the fight against climate change to enhance resilience of biodiversity and livelihoods. Given the latter, I am delighted to inform you that my department, together with SANBI, which is one of our entities, and the National Disaster Management Center, are working on finalizing a proposal on EbA disaster risk reduction targeted at vulnerable municipalities across the country. The project is based on the recent initiatives by the department to map priority areas for the department, for the implementation rather, of EbA at municipal level. Because municipal level is where we must be seen, is where we must be active, is where everything is happening, is where the climate change is mostly felt by our communities. The project is destined for the Green Climate Fund and will definitely contribute to the climate-proofing municipalities amid the implementation of the district development model, which is a very good model as initiated by our President Ramaphosa. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just given you a snapshot of activities undertaken across many landscapes in South Africa under the ambit of EbA. Taken together, all these interventions will significantly contribute towards the achievement of the nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, the UN Decade for Ecosystems, restoration initiatives, and more importantly, stemming biodiversity loss. Program Director, in closing, the EbA Symposium is a culmination and testament of the strong partnership between my department, SANBI, UNEP, and the government of Flanders. This is a clear demonstration of the importance of partnerships in combating a global challenging like climate change. I think this is time that all of us as a world, as a country, feel the impact of climate change. Given the caliber of participants and the important topic that will be tackled in the symposium, I have no doubt that we will emerge with renewed determination on commitment to further enhance EbA implementation in a bid to achieve the goals set out in South African EbA strategy as part of responding to the directive of the National Climate Change Adaptation. I also agree with the doctor when you say that it seems as if we are a little bit slow when it comes to the implementation of the National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy. I wish you fruitful discussions in the next 3 days that will culminate in a clear and succinct way forward towards a resilient economic and society. I thank you all and good luck with the symposium. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Sotio, for those very inspiring remarks that you have provided. We continue to say gratitude and to say thank you for the strong collaboration that we continue to enjoy between ourselves, UNEP, the UN family, and the Department for Forest, Fisheries and environment. You have reminded us of the central role of women, and I do know that you're a strong advocate and a pioneer of placing women at the center of sustainable development. You've also mentioned the importance of us to align, the need for alignment across policies to ensure that the climate change challenge is addressed. And also, very importantly, you've brought in the point of focusing at the municipal level. It is at this level where the impact is mostly felt, but it's also the level at which we need to have our concerted efforts to support municipalities and the communities within municipalities to be able to respond to the adverse effects of climate change. So we really want to thank you because, as you know, and as our resident coordinator will mention, is that we are committed to the district development model and ensuring that the UN's response and support actually reaches that municipal level that you were mentioning. So we really want to thank you very much. As we come to the close of our opening statements, please allow me to thank all the speakers, our distinguished speakers. I'd like to thank Dr. Juliet Biao. I'd like to thank our RC, Nardos Bekele Thomas. I'd like to really thank also our development partner, Geraldine. And I'd also like to thank Honorable Deputy Minister Sotio for really joining us and giving this symposium a great start and a very big punch at the very beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, we owe it to ourselves and to the next generation to conserve the environment so that we can bequeath our children a sustainable world that benefits all. So we come to the close of this session, and as we close, I'd like to invite one of our greatest poets here in South Africa, Vuki Dlamini, to recite a poem. And after the poem, we will be taking a 10-minute break. And please do not go away, and let's reconvene at exactly 10:20 in order for us to continue with the deliberations. So welcome, Vuki Dlamini, to recite your poem.
Kuzokwenzeka. This mindset that some of us have around biodiversity is okay. And then one day, on days very much similar to this one, we'll gather to celebrate the steps that we took to see iphupho lifezeka. We won't have cause to cry because of the effects of climate change due to our adaptive efforts. It's been a difficult journey, but the strides we've taken stipulate that we can turn back now. We're at a point where there's so much potential of life every time we so much as pitch a fork in it to turn that ground, where the flipping of every inch of soil could mean there's a new life source found, and having a keen understanding of ecosystem-based adaptation means no matter how bad things may look now, we can always turn it back around. And I personally like how that sounds. For example, who would have thought that for a few small-scale farmers, wild rooibos uyogcina ube ukhiye? That because of it, imphakathi iyothuthuka yandiselwe idle isuthi izishiye, ubani owayazi ukuthi ubumnyama betiye ubona obuyokhanyisa la bekubonakala khona engazuthi sekuhlwile. I'm telling you about the small-scale farmer of the State Bokkerveld who saw wild as their most important asset, who saw the opportunity to collaborate to help loosen the belts of communities who, because of their impoverished nature, had to remain so tightly fastened, who looked to have their people speak of struggle, hunger, marginalization, inconvenience, and lack in the past tense, with a harvest that feeds them economically but heals us. Man, this wild rooibos tea and its farmers both of such great resilience, who are big contributors to the trading of remedies that amounted to well beyond billions, who both require sustainable protection and because of their value proposition deserve to be taken serious so the world can continue with this life-saving tea that even now many households love to experience. I love how we're putting together and executing strategy to help society adapt to the adverse effects of climate change. How we're considering ways to manage ecosystems to provide services and solutions that increase resilience of socio-ecological systems to both climatic and non-climatic risks, no matter how strange. How we're finally giving restoration of ecosystems a face and using conservation and sustainable management to ensure that the thrill around these strategies aren't just another passing phase. Us. We'll teach the world about how there's direct correlation between healthy ecosystems, human well-being, and long-term socio-economic resilience. How those same healthy ecosystems will provide services such as food, water, fuel, and natural medicinal brilliance. How they can help reduce climate change vulnerabilities and disasters by serving as barriers against hazards that are killing us. And this can all be gained by a teachable and willing us. For today, let's pat ourselves on the back. Let's take a bow of courteous Kikizeskia with the tip of a hat. Let's celebrate the coming together of forces to effectively support the nation to meet its sustainable development goals, moving to action from chat. Again, kuzokwenzeka. Generation restoration. I'm so glad to be alive for that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christelle Bayes, your facilitator for the remainder of today's program. To quickly recap, ecosystems-based adaptation proposes a dynamic and a mutually supportive and beneficial relationship between ecosystems, people, and climate change. Against the backdrop of a disastrously difficult 18 months for the planet and its people, the negative effects of these severed relationships became starkly clear in the form of massive runaway fires, polluted drinking water, flooding, and dying ecosystems. We are now called to action to protect our collective livelihood. It is therefore a distinct pleasure to bring you a very carefully curated program of hope and inspiration that celebrates UNEP and its partners' implementation of EbA in South Africa. For this Knowledge Fair Day, we have collected and developed a number of exciting artistic expressions for the various aspects of EbA. EbA has deep roots in deep ecology that feed our souls and mimic ancient rhythms. From the beat of flamenco shoes and guitars, communities restoring ecosystems in support of their livelihoods, through the banks of the Umgeni River in KwaZulu-Natal, to the fast-growing spekboom fields of Namakwaland, I invite you to be inspired. It is a pleasure for me to introduce Ms. Jessica Troney as our Thought Leadership Keynote Address. Jessica Troney is heading up the UNEP Adaptation Portfolio Manager for Climate Change and Adaptation, and she has been working for the UNEP for the last 14 years. Ms. Troney holds a double MSc in Natural Resource and Environment Economics, as well as Public Policy and Management. Jessica, over to you. Jessica, are you unmuted?
Thank you. Thank you, Christelle. And a good morning to all esteemed government representatives, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Thank you for the opportunity to address you and provide a few thoughts for discussion during this symposium based on my own experiences in working on adaptation and EbA over the last coming up to 20 years now. I've been working at UNEP for the last 5 years, heading up the adaptation unit, where EbA is a central core approach for UNEP. So let me share my screen. I hope this works. Let me know if it works or it doesn't work.
Yes, I can see your presentation.
Okay, and okay, is that full view now?
Not yet, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so a little bit about UNEP. We're the leading global environmental authority that sets the global environmental agenda, promotes the coherent implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development within the UN system, and serves as the authoritative advocate in the global environment. The United Nations Environment Assembly is the governing body of UNEP, and it has a universal membership of 193 member states. And that photograph you see there is our biggest hall, essentially, where we have our intergovernmental meetings, and in Nairobi. Recently, we had our new medium-term strategy approved for the next 4 years, 2022 to 2025, where we set out 3 strategic objectives: living in harmony with nature, climate stability, and towards a pollution-free planet, all underpinned by governance and law and financed by finance and digital transformation. We
achieve those objectives by building the capacity of member states and partners to integrate the environment into all aspects of sustainable development, working with partners to deliver results, making full use of the UN development system, strengthening South-South cooperation, working with fragile states, and disaster risk reduction. UNEP's work on adaptation essentially focuses on 5 areas: developing methods and tools to help adaptation planning and decision-making, improving the science policy interface in policies and planning processes, establishing early warning systems and advisories, supporting member states to access finance through project design, and enhancing climate resilience through planning, piloting, and testing of ecosystem-based adaptation. We've been working in this area for the last 11 to 12 years. Currently, we have 70 plus projects under implementation with a grant value of $340 million, working largely with funding from the Global Environment Facility, the Adaptation Fund, and the Green Climate Fund. This is essentially a map of where we're working usually through the national execution model with governments. Our total portfolio target is about restoring 113,000 hectares of land, benefiting approximately 2.5 million people. In Africa, this work covers 21 countries in 27 projects, and mostly we focus in the area of forestry, agriculture, water resources, working with national and local governments, farmers, local communities, and technical government agencies. The Adaptation Gap Report was published in late 2020. It has many key important messages. I've pulled 3 up here for you. The year 2020 was one of the warmest on record, with more than 50 million people affected by droughts, floods, storms, and wildfires. The Adaptation Gap Report highlighted that adaptation costs depend on the level of climate change. Under current emission trajectories and current commitments in NDCs, we can expect damages to our product of up to 2.7%. But adaptation can significantly reduce these damages. Adaptation costs in developing countries will run into hundreds of billions of dollars worth of damage annually. Adaptation costs will run into hundreds of millions of dollars annually. So what is adaptation? It was first coined by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 3rd assessment report in 2001, defined as adjustments in natural or human systems in response to actual and expected climatic stimuli or their effects, which moderates harm or exploits beneficial opportunities. And the 3 components of vulnerability are exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. Note that adaptation can affect all 3 in a positive way. Adaptation science has much in common with resilience theory, which was first established in the 1970s. Resilient systems are characterized by the ability to absorb system changes. So it's the ability to self-organize, ability to diversify livelihoods, to anticipate and to deal with economic and social shocks. Integral to that resilience is individual agency, empowerment, skills, knowledge, and networks needed for action, for adaptation action. And so key to adaptation is the interaction between social and ecological systems. Human action and social structures are central to adaptation. This is looks like a very complicated diagram, a very risk chain, and this is essentially where we start in developing an adaptation project. It's complicated because life is complicated. Vulnerability to climate change arises because there are interactions between baseline drivers of vulnerability and climate change, and those interactions will change over time as socioeconomic trends change and as the level of climate change changes. So on the top there, we have the climate hazards, rainfall intensity, total average rainfall, reduced rainfall variability, temperature increases, and so on. And as you go down the diagram, you have the interactions with ecosystems with economic assets on the third row, and then on people. So for example, if we take rainfall variability, that can lead to prolonged drought, or it can lead to flooding. And both of those dynamics can lead to damage to crops and agriculture, soil nutrient loss, water availability for irrigation, all of which can affect agricultural yield and impact on people in terms of income, food security, conflict, and so on. On the left-hand side, we have the non-climate drivers, which are really important to consider. So, for example, clearance of land for agriculture, clearance of land for fuel wood, for human settlements, encroachment of human settlements on floodplains, deforestation, increased pressure on groundwater because of growing populations. All of these interactions interact with climate change and produce vulnerability. So when we look at designing an adaptation project, we need to consider both the climate and the non-climate drivers that produce vulnerability. All of this to say that systems thinking is really important, and it's really important to ecosystem-based adaptation. So what is ecosystem-based adaptation? It was first defined by the Convention on Biological Diversity in 2009. It's the use of biodiversity and ecosystem services as part of an overall strategy to help people adapt to the adverse effects of climate change. The underlying principle is that healthy ecosystems can play a vital role in maintaining and increasing resilience to climate change. The value of ecosystem services was first brought to international attention in the 2000 Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, which highlighted that humans depend directly on ecosystems and their goods and services for their well-being. So, for example, looking at this diagram, investing in land coverage, whether it be grasses or trees, can help to regulate river flows and reduce soil erosion and downstream flood effects. Agroforestry and crop rotations can help to increase soil fertility, soil moisture, and support food security. And planting on slopes can stabilize those slopes, helping to prevent landslides and floods. The Adaptation Gap Report of 2020 highlighted that these kinds of nature-based solutions can be utilized to address a wide range of climate hazards, commonly applied to address 4 types of climate hazard: coastal hazards, including sea level rise, storm surge, and coastal erosion; intense precipitation, including floods, soil erosion, and landslides; drought; and rising temperatures, including heat stress, urban heat islands, and wildfires. In the next 4 slides, I'm going to present approaches that we've taken to EbA in 4 types of ecosystems: coastal areas, forest land, dry land, and wetlands. The first one is in Mozambique. It's building resilience in the coastal zone in the Greater Maputo area. The climate change impacts are that we're trying to address are temperature increases leading to extreme heat, drought, and fires; erratic and torrential rainfall leading to flooding, both coastal and urban; cyclonic activity; sea level rise and saltwater intrusion; and coastal erosion. The baseline causes of degradation of these ecosystems include land clearing for housing, infrastructure, industrial and agricultural activities, the unsustainable use of natural resources, including water, forest, and mangrove wood, growing urban and industrial pollution, and increased soil erosion and sedimentation. The ecosystem services that we're trying to invest in to help people adapt are in the area of disaster risk reduction by supporting flood and coastal protection, for example, keeping mangroves intact; supporting food provisioning by supporting communities to adopt alternative livelihoods and to improve their agricultural outcomes; water provision by regulating water flows through reforesting certain slopes and areas of the urban settlements; and green infrastructure, also to help infiltration of water into the groundwater. Those two central boxes shows the kinds of targets in this project. For example, supporting 2,340 people to practice EbA at the national, municipal, district and community level, supporting municipalities and districts with planning, better planning, planting 232 hectares of forest and other planting material to protect against flooding and protection of groundwater, and supporting communities with alternative livelihoods. This was a bit of research that we did in developing this project. It shows the climate hazards that are experienced by communities. Over 90% of communities we visited are experiencing negative impacts from increased temperatures, strong winds, tornadoes, and saline intrusion. To a lesser extent, but still significant, 70 to 80% of communities visited are affected negatively by drought, torrential rains, internal floods, and 60% of communities are negatively affected by coastal erosion and water erosion. So these effects are already seen. The prolongation of the dry season and climate change means the availability of fresh water in Mozambique is expected to decrease by over half from 1990 levels by 2025, creating serious water stress in the greater Maputo area. For example, 2015 to 2016, long-term drought forced water authorities to announce water supply restrictions for Maputo City and the neighbouring Boane Matola towns while cutting the supply to commercial banana plantations. Cyclones and related strong winds affected fish ponds, fishing gear and livelihoods, causing losses for communities and with impacts on food security. The second project is a project in Zambia focusing on wetlands. The climate change drivers were trying to address rising temperatures, erratic rainfall, including flooding. And the baseline drivers of vulnerability are wetland and forest degradation because of land conversion for agriculture and settlements, the spread of invasive alien species, growing demand for charcoal and wood fuel, and uncontrolled late season fires. The continued degradation of wetlands and forests is reducing the capacity of these ecosystems to supply valuable ecological and socioeconomic services, and this is affecting local livelihoods. So the ecosystem services that we're intending to invest in this project is food security and food and soil fertility and sustainable production landscapes for rural livelihoods. This project has just started, has a grant of $6.1 million from the Least Developed Countries Fund, and some of the targets that the project will be working towards are shown in those two central boxes. The next project is a project in forest land in the Gambia. This is called a large-scale EbA to address droughts and livelihoods. It's funded by the Green Climate Fund over 6 years. It's about half of the way through. All of these projects, I should say, have national executing entities. In the case of the Gambia, it's the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources. The baseline is that there are 8,000 hectares of forest per year being lost. Closed forest has disappeared. Deforestation is due to agricultural expansion, forest degradation, demand for firewood and timber, and land degradation is due to intensive use, erosion and flooding. Climate change is a significant additional stress. Temperatures are increasing. There are new averages now of about 28 degrees centigrade. Precipitation will decrease. Evapotranspiration will increase because of the warmer temperatures, and therefore the moisture index in soils and for trees will decrease. So essentially, baseline conditions are changing. The ecosystem services we are investing in for adaptation are in the area of food security, soil fertility, and sustainable production landscapes for rural livelihoods. And you can see some of the targets there. This has got quite an innovative theory of change in that what we're trying to do is at the same time as restoring land, it's helping communities to establish natural resource-based enterprises that can use the land sustainably to generate sustainable livelihoods, but also to generate tax revenue that would go into the National Forest Fund to help support this model. And the last example I want to bring to your attention is a project in dry land in Sudan. This project is about half the way through. It has funding of $4.3 million. The executing entity is the Higher Council for Environmental and Natural Resources. The White Nile State, where it's located, is one of the most climate vulnerable regions in the country. Approximately 70% of the people in this area depend on rain-fed agriculture and pastoral practices, which are severely threatened by erratic rainfall and rising temperatures. And those are the main climate impacts that we're trying to address. A strong desertification trend is present, but also flooding, believe it or not. And so this is, that's the kind of picture that we're trying to address. The Sahara Desert is advancing at a rate of about 1 mile a year, eliminating grazing land and water holes. And between 1962 and 2011, available water resources in Sudan decreased 5-fold. Climate impacts are already being manifested in declining crop productivity, land degradation, declining grazing potential, loss of livestock, and human migration. The baseline drivers of vulnerability are quite similar to the other countries: land degradation from wood fuel, uncontrolled grazing, poverty and a lack of alternative livelihoods, and agricultural expansion. Also want to say in the case of Sudan, the conflict issue, there's evidence that past climate shocks have generated a chain of events that have led to conflict and disintegration of the community. And so that is obviously a big risk that we're trying to help communities to manage. Again, the ecosystem services we're investing in are food security, soil fertility, and sustainable production landscapes. We recently conducted a meta-evaluation assessment of 8 terminal evaluations and 5 midterm review reports to distill some common lessons learned so far from the portfolio. And these are the 5 common lessons learned. The one is that integrated design approaches are needed. So if we're expecting communities to do things differently on the land and essentially get more from the land, then legal rights for land improvement need to be quite clear. We need sustainable business models that are going to work, maintenance strategies, risk management. We need better budgeting of costs and time for project implementation. Don't spread costs too thinly. The temptation is always to do too much with a limited amount of money. Focus. It will make the project more successful. Allow time for sufficient time and budget for scientific assessments, and I'll talk about that in a bit. The third lesson learned is more attention to project design will help to achieve success. Learning from past projects on how to do things better, establishing strong monitoring and evaluation frameworks to support learning during project implementation. A fourth lesson learned is that a key part of the sustainability strategy is effective approaches to collaboration with all levels of government and civil society, building awareness and capacities. And this will help to build ownership for results. Stakeholder plan is needed and mustn't underestimate how much investment would be needed on targeted training and repeat trainings. And the fifth common lesson learned is that project management skills are key. Outputs need to be sequenced in the right way. Procurement processes need to be done properly and enough time allowed for them. Risks need to be managed, and there needs to be an adaptive management of the project. So on to the issue of scientific assessments. A key challenge of adaptation is the potential for maladaptation. This is defined as adaptive actions that damage resources, narrow future options, and essentially worsen vulnerability or pass on the cost to future generations. So if an action violates sustainable development, social equity and human rights, worsens poverty reduction, then it is maladaptive. Maladaptation arises from failure to take climate change risks into account and failure to take the wider implications of the project into account. And so I would refer you back to that risk chain that I highlighted earlier. So any projects that lead to, for example, conflict or unequal social relationships, or adaptation strategies that set path dependency, limiting future options, for example, engineered protection measures that encourage settlements in vulnerable areas. All of that essentially is maladaptive. UNEP produces every year or 2 years a frontiers report, emerging environmental issues of concern. And in 2018-2019, we published a report on maladaptation. And I would encourage you to have a look at it. But I've just done a snapshot here of one of the cartoons in that report. So some of the key messages are that recurring droughts forced 70% of poor Somali pastoralists into charcoal production, leading to the clearing of woodlands that accelerated desertification and vulnerability. That is an example of a feedback loop, a negative feedback loop. Or Zimbabwean farmers that offset climate uncertainty by increasing pesticide use. But too often, beneficial insects are also eliminated, making conditions worse. That's an example of an adaptation strategy that actually increases vulnerability in the end. Or antibiotics that are overused and misused for preventing veterinary challenges. This maladaptation to vector-borne diseases exacerbates the threats to antibiotic resistance. So in the notes, which I will share, this presentation will be shared in the notes, I've got the link there to the report, if you'd like to read more about it. But closer to home, this is an EbA project that we have in Rwanda, and this is an example about how an EbA project can be maladaptive if it is not designed in the right way. The map there is the location of the project. For this particular example, I'm focusing on Murago wetland. It's in Bugesera district and it's fed by the Akagera River. The exploitation of the wetland has led to low water levels in the past and even the disappearance of Lake Kyohoha North, on which people depend for fishing and drinking water. The Murago wetland lies in close proximity to two other wetland systems, which are both identified as important bird areas and where there are endangered species listed by IUCN. Apart from the conservation values, the wetland is important for the district's food security. When crops fail during the drought years, food cultivated from the wetland sold in the market supports the community in difficult times. So this project is trying to address the drought issue, but also the ecological fragility issue in Murago wetland. The adaptation strategy taken was to delineate buffers around the wetland and to support people to move to other areas, but to continue providing water access for these farmers.
Jessica?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I call a 5-minute time, please?
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. But to provide farmers with a small-scale irrigation system using a solar pump to draw water from the wetland up to the reservoirs that were constructed on elevated areas. The water would then be gravity fed down to small vegetable plots through channels. The risks identified were that the irrigation system itself could reduce water quantity and increase erosion through the water channels. Coupled with drought, this could decrease water quality by increasing concentrations of nutrients and other pollutants, as well as diminished water levels, reducing their function to filter nutrient runoff into the Lake Kyohoha, affecting fishing, which is the main source of livelihood in the area. And in droughts, if the irrigation systems were scaled up, they could drain the Murago wetland, releasing carbon and other nutrients from the peatland. So you can see how there were all sorts of potential for this adaptation measure to lead to more vulnerability. Which brings me to the issue of national adaptation planning. The investments, the projects that I've set out are time bound, but essentially what the aim of a country needs to be is to scale up those projects into everyday practices that are supported through policies and planning. And this is where national adaptation planning comes into relevance. The two aims of the NAP process are to reduce vulnerability to the impacts of climate change by addressing barriers to adaptation, building planning capacities and directing finance flows to adaptation, by integrating adaptation into sector plans, budgets, policies, fiscal and regulatory frameworks. There was a recent consultation at the 15th Conference for Community-Based Adaptation, recently in June, just earlier this month, where there were 3 sets of barriers that were identified. The first one was a lack of awareness and limited availability of knowledge and evidence to help make the case for working with nature. The second was policy and regulatory environments and governance challenges. And the third was limited access to finance for applying and scaling up nature-based solutions. This is how and where the NAP process can add value. Some key considerations from NAP experiences. We're supporting 18 countries with their NAP processes, and we have a pipeline of another 15. And here are some considerations that from our NAP experiences working with governments. The first is the necessity to promote an inclusive stakeholder process, because the more people you involve, the more viewpoints you get into the system, which will enrich the data gathering process. The second is to invest in improved climate risk information. From what I've seen in many countries, we've done stock takes, the stock of climate risk information is very weak indeed. Essentially, if you're looking at future time periods, you need to be simulating climate change risks. It's not enough to extrapolate past trends. You need to draw an experience of past and current adaptation projects and investments. How have they worked? How could they be used to address future climate change risk? A climate change finance strategy needs to include both domestic sources of finance as well as drawing on international potential. Sector plans should be screened for climate change risks. The engagement with planning ministries, with the Ministry of Finance, needs to be strengthened, because that is where domestic resources come from and are allocated by. NAP monitoring of adaptation progress is also very weak. It's also very difficult, but we need to do it. And also strengthen links to the National Office of Statistics to measure progress and vulnerability reduction. Where are the gaps on adaptation planning? This again comes from the AGR, the Adaptation Gap Report. 72% of countries have at least one national adaptation planning instrument, and 125 developing countries have begun the process of formulating and implementing national adaptation plans. And many countries, a large percentage, have established sectoral planning instruments, but the quality of planning varies considerably. The integration across governance levels is low, although it's better across sectors. Implementation capacity is low, and only a quarter of countries make use of regulatory instruments and even fewer fiscal instruments. Quick word about NAPs and the NDCs. NDCs should be produced at regular intervals, and so the NAP process, if climate science is invested in, if the evidence base is renewed every 3, 4, 5 years, that can certainly lead into a strengthened NDC in future years. This is my last slide, I think. If we can get adaptation right, i.e. evidence-based, no losers, no conflict, progressing SDGs, it can be a social, economic and environmental winner. The Global Commission on Adaptation in 2019 estimated that $1.8 trillion worth of investment in adaptation measures would bring a return of 4 times more. And here are just some bullet points of payback or returns from investing in ecosystem services. I won't read through them. They are there for you to look at when the presentation is circulated. Key takeaway messages. Generate evidence to design adaptation strategies. Investing in nature pays. Make sure that you include nature in your adaptation strategy. Develop strengthened planning systems, not just across sectors, but across governance levels. Invest in training, awareness, stakeholder engagement, which will give you a better sustainability for your investments. Just a final page there on tools and resources with links. Very welcome to peruse amongst in our website and have a look at all of our materials. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jessica. You have certainly laid an astute foundation, not only for today, but for the next 2 days of symposium. I encourage people to have a look at Jessica's presentation, and especially the risk chains that you have mapped out, together with the baselines and the urgency of taking action. Certainly you have framed that for us in a very clear manner. Thank you very much. I would like to move on to introducing Mr. Barney Korpe, also a valued team member whom we have been working with for the last couple of years, and particularly in preparation for the symposium. Mr. Korpe is the Director and Acting Chief Director for Biodiversity Risk Management for the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment in South Africa. I encourage you to read Barney's bio that is uploaded onto the platform. He started his journey and his career in 2000, and he has been nominated for a number of awards and prizes throughout his career. Barney, it's a pleasure to hand over the floor to you.
Thank you, Program Director, for the kind words and for a great introduction. And thanks for the opportunity. And all protocol observed, just to make sure I've covered everyone in my greetings. So I'm going to basically take you through a synopsis of a journey that we undertook to basically set a national agenda for the EbA program of work in South Africa. Program Director, I seem not to be in presentation mode. I'm not sure if it's coming through in presentation mode.
You can just
can someone respond?
Right.
No, thanks. Thank you. Thanks. So I thought I'd start by first introducing our country. It covers 2% of the world land area, and also it hosts about 7% of the world's reptiles, birds, and mammals, 10% of the world plants, also including a unique Cape Floral Kingdom, and 15% of the world's coastal marine species. So that has earned us a spot in the mega biodiverse countries in the world. So biodiversity provides a range of services, as we've heard from the previous presentation. But what I wanted to emphasize here is that the support services are very critical, and they happen to be the most sensitive to climate change and other global change pressures. So we're talking about hydrological, soil formation, nutrient cycling, and so on, because if these continue, the supporting services, then you're guaranteed to have the others that include the provisioning services as well as the regulating services. So it's biodiversity, then it's critical, because either directly or indirectly we are dependent on it. But now, recently, we've seen a number of reports coming through, both internationally alluding to global change pressures on biodiversity. And our own South African National Biodiversity Institute actually does an assessment and release a report over like every 5 years as part of their mandate to help us basically understand the global pressures on biodiversity. And there's a range of these global change pressures, but today we will be zooming into specifically climate change. And what we see here was extracted from the recent report of the National Biodiversity Assessment by SANBI. And it clearly shows that there's definitely impacts of climate change across the various systems: terrestrial, inland, aquatic, marine, estuarine, coastal, and sub-Antarctic. So there's clear indications of impacts there. So now, government stepped in to say we need to set a national agenda, and that actually will enhance, or that is aimed at both achieving mitigation and adaptation. Biodiversity and ecosystem sector is one of the sectors that was identified as critical by the recently adopted National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy. So, but back then we first started by doing a bit of science to try and understand the anticipated climate change. How will it impact on the 9 vegetation biomes of South Africa? And we came up with these results, basically giving us a sense of, you know, when there's a low change in rainfall and temperature mainly, then your low risk scenario basically shows that there will definitely be, you know, impacts, and these are shown as mainly the grassland retreating and the savannas advancing, amongst other changes that we're observing. And a medium risk also clears that the effect actually sort of grows in magnitude. And the high risk as well clearly shows that you end up with a very small grassland biome with quite an advancing savanna biome. And we see on the western seaboard as well, the desert biome advancing. So this gave us a sense of how things may change with, or likely to change with the change in climate using the bioclimate envelopes under statistically downscaled climate scenarios. Then the next step was, okay, how do we go about addressing these issues? So we put together what we call the climate change adaptation plans. And I'd like to also indicate that these are under revision now, including because we've done some new modeling work, which we will publish, I think, later in the year, later this year. So then as part of these plans, we identified 4 approaches that can enhance adaptation in this sector, the sector of biodiversity and ecosystems. Ecosystem-based adaptation came out as one, but also others were identified, including biodiversity stewardship, which we do have a program that's currently running, management approaches, as well as spatial planning. And spatial planning is critical, especially at municipal level, as alluded to earlier on by the Deputy Minister. So why EbA? Well, as mentioned earlier on, EbA integrates services from biodiversity and ecosystems, and it benefits people and climate change adaptation responses in the context of a sustainable development. But more importantly, it's because if appropriately implemented, EbA generates multiple social, economic, and cultural co-benefits for local communities. It also contributes to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Again, contributes to climate change mitigation by conserving or enhancing carbon stocks. As a result, reducing emissions caused by ecosystem degradation and loss. then the next step was to put together a strategy. And so we do have a strategy in place, and it will soon be due for revision. So the strategy is guided by a vision, a very clear vision, but more importantly, we've identified 4 main objectives. And these talk to basically the importance of effective coordination, learning, and communicating, that will enable us to mobilize capacity and resources for EBA. Secondly, research is very critical because the work that we do is very dependent on science. So there needs to be like a clear research program, monitoring and evaluation to provide the much needed evidence so that decision and policy making in this regard is based on science. Thirdly, integration of EBA into policies and plans to support overall climate change adaptation strategy. And lastly, implementation of projects to demonstrate the ability of EBA to deliver. And we went further to develop the guidelines so that we guide how should projects look like and how should they be implemented so that they are true EBA projects. So as one of the many examples of projects that we undertook, recently we mapped what we call the priority areas for the implementation of ecosystem-based adaptation. And we mapped these at national and summarized the results at municipal level. So both at district, municipality, as well as a local municipality. We came up with a total of 54 municipalities. And, but we said, okay, 54 is quite a huge number to deal with. Let's come up with criteria that can help us, first start with those of like high priority. Then these were further reduced to about 14 municipalities. And so some of these are represented, by this colorful graphic that we see on the screen. So really the idea is to the next step, zoom into each municipality and unpack the issues that talk to EBA, both from generally vulnerability, but more importantly, disaster risk reduction perspective. And we, as Minister alluded earlier on, we are currently working on together with the National Disaster Management Center and SANBI. We are coordinated by SANBI in this regard towards a project that is aimed at scaling up ecosystem-based approaches to managing climate-intensified disaster risks in vulnerable regions of South Africa. So the project has moved from a concept now to a proposal stage. But again, we needed, as alluded earlier on, we needed to coordinate ourselves in the country because that's very critical. It helps to like have a coordinated approach that is aimed at making an impact in this regard. So we set up what we call the EBA Coordinating Steering Committee, which mainly is us as national government working together with provinces, coordinating provinces. And as part of this, we will invite occasionally some of the partner organizations that we work with, mainly implementers, and also like, working with the academics to assist us in carving approaches and so on for provincial governments, but also working together with provincial governments to harness the resources that are available out there to implement EBA. So as a way now of more coordination and communicating to mobilize EBA capacity, several initiatives were set in motion. The first, again, was to set up what we call the ecosystem-based adaptation community of practice. Community of practice really, you could call it a broad church where we invite all the practitioners, implementers that work in the space of ecosystem-based adaptation. So creating this platform so that people can share ideas, people can share best practices, people can share insights on what works with certain projects and what doesn't work, you know, advise each other also, but more importantly, co-develop knowledge, co-develop tools going forward, and also create enabling mechanisms for implementation of projects and other interventions under the ambit of ecosystem-based adaptation. So far we've had 2 gatherings of the ecosystem-based adaptation community of practice. And also we convened a session in partnership with GIZ, which was aimed at basically training of strategic stakeholders. What do I mean by strategic stakeholders? The idea was we work with our partner organizations that are established in the communities and have networks in the communities. So the idea is if you work with those, you train those to assist us in mainstreaming EbA, then you have that multiplier effect, because then they go back, work with those communities so that you know, mainstreaming of EbA is effected at that level. So we've had one session, and also there was another follow-up session together with UNEP as part of enhancing the intervention of you know, training of the trainers, as you know, as a sort of part of a broader intervention of mainstreaming EbA at different levels. And lastly, after each and every community of practice, we compile several, you know, documents, if you like. And so these are some of the documents that we've compiled from the first community of practice. And we are currently working on new documents from the recent community of practice, which we held in April this year. So we have case studies. We normally invite project implementers to come and showcase their work and share with us insights on the successes of the projects and so on. And then we put these in the form of a case study, sort of a prospectus. We also produce a newsletter and also a fact sheet about interesting things on ecosystem-based adaptation. So this was really a very like brief account of the journey that we've so far undertaken in setting up a national agenda for ecosystem-based adaptation. And there's a lot that we can basically cover, you know, work that we do with a range of partners out there. And so it was just to give you really a snapshot here. But maybe the most important thing is that, as I said earlier on, the strategy is will shortly be due for revision now. So this meeting is important because we look forward to harnessing all the ideas and to help us to enrich the strategy going forward so that we make an impact, and especially 21st century kind of interventions that can enhance implementation of EbA, but more importantly for us to see the anticipated benefits. Thank you. I think you're muted, Crystal.
Of how far South Africa has progressed along the road of EbA with its respective partners. If I was in a, if we were in real life in a forum, I would have asked the participants for a round of applause for our 2 thought leadership keynote addresses, both incredibly astute and laying a very good foundation, not only for today, but also for the rest of the symposium. We are running a little bit late, so what I'm going to do is I've asked the conference platform organizers to cut the short break that we would have had, and I am really delighted to now introduce the next section of the program that is all about the artistic expressions of EbA in South Africa. Just another thank you, Jessica, to you and Barney for this section. We are going to have a look at the Namakwaland project in South Africa, and Jessica and the
seasons, and we have water scarcity. These are all the United Nations Environmental Program and other very important role players. Is we come together, we plan together, and our plans and our work together are informed by what scientists tells us, and it is informed by the demonstrations of the most vulnerable communities in this landscape.
I'm Melinda Gardner and I work as a Stewardship Manager for Conservation South Africa's Namakwaland landscape. Namakwaland is a semi-arid area with low rainfall, which is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of a changing climate. Studies show that Namakwaland is already 1.4 degrees Celsius warmer than it was about 50 years ago, and statistics show that rainfall has been steadily decreasing. The natural veld is the basis of communal livestock subsistence farmers' livelihoods. They depend on healthy rangelands to feed the animals so that they can obtain food security and supplement the income, which is mostly government grants in a low-income area. We work collaboratively with farmers' organizations in 5 villages in Namakwaland to design conservation agreements. Us and the farmers decide together what will work and what is needed to ensure that they can depend on ecosystem-based adaptation to shield them from the worst impacts of climate change and enable them to continue making a livelihood. Conservation actions in these agreements entail the restoration of wetlands, not ploughing wetlands, which are important sources of water, and farming in a sustainable manner with their livestock, letting veld rest, and a host of other conservation actions. We sign with the conservation agreements with the 5 organizations that we work with, and they in turn sign individual agreements with the livestock farmers in or near their villages, which means that the local farmers organizations are the implementers on the ground of the stewardship program. In addition to the Conservation Stewardship Program, we also implement a project for the empowerment of women. Women are natural caretakers, natural nurturers, and there are a growing number of women who turns to livestock farming as a basis of their livelihood. Through the Women's Project, whose objectives are integrated into all our other projects and all our other work, we look to train women to be able to participate in decision making about their resources, and as well as looking toward establishing green enterprises that will be led by women and women's groups. On completion of the Yes for Youth program, the youths that participated in this 12-month project gain a certificate for all the courses they completed online, and they also get a letter of recommendation which could help them find employment easier than they can now. All 3 of our projects, including the Yes for Youth, are based on ecosystem-based adaptation. Youths restore eroded areas, farmers learn to rest their veld so that there's healthier rangelands for them, and women are the caretakers that we wish to see involved in all of these activities and growing as people who have some form of control over the destiny of their resources. The Yes for Youth program also supports the stewardship, the conservation stewardship program. They assist communal stewardship farmers with their livestock improvement program by helping to keep animals healthy through livestock inoculation and dipping animals, as healthy animals are more able to bring in a better price for the farmer or to secure food security for their own consumption. In the end, everybody in Namaqualand is, and especially vulnerable people on communal lands where resources are often marginal, jobs are scarce, unemployment is high, depend on the natural environment for their livelihoods. By protecting the natural environment and ensuring that it is able to go on into the future, people here, and especially subsistence farmers, can look forward to enjoying sustainable livelihoods from these resources into the future.
My name is Ronald Newman and I work for Conservation International. We specifically work in the Northern Cape in the Namakwa district, which is one of the 3 global biodiversity hotspots. The reason why Namakwa is in the global biodiversity hotspots is that we can see what the impacts of climate change has already done to this area. Conservation South Africa in Namakwaland, we work closely with the local government, in specific the Namakwa District Municipality, and we work with scientists and we work with people on the ground because we have a strong belief that people on the ground can make the much needed difference to buffer the impacts that the climate has on our beautiful area. With the Namakwa District, our focus is on policy, because we believe that every development in this landscape should form part of an integrated approach that does involve eco-based adaptation, because municipalities has a mandate to focus on mitigation and adaptation, and what we bring to the party in the Namakwa district is to demonstrate through our groundwork. We demonstrate the importance of eco-based adaptation, because eco-based adaptation is important for both nature, for the humans, and for our economic situation. The district offers so much natural beauty that ecotourism can also play a very important role, and therefore our focus is to not split any development process. Even in our own work, we are, in fact, integrating all of our actions with a focus to make things better for both nature and the people in this landscape. It is so important that we have components of gender, that we have components of youth employment, because the youth is also the priority and the leaders for tomorrow. And therefore our work at a government level is so important, because government are the enabling structure that does make or can make a difference at a policy level, and therefore the importance of that. Secondly, what I talk about the scientific, we don't work without partners, because we believe it's crucial that we have that scientific information in order for us to demonstrate and do as far as possible the correct demonstration, so that we can see what the impacts are in terms of what we are doing.
I'm Alain I'm the Impact Coordinator for Conservation South Africa in the Namakwa landscape. In our M&E program, we do not only use indicators to report on the progress that we've made, but we also incorporate it into our research and learning to adjust our actions to ensure that we will have a meaningful impact. In M&E, we do rangeland monitoring through annual vegetation surveys where we look at the vegetation to establish what condition the grazing area is in. Through this data, we then provide feedback to our livestock farmers so that they can adapt to the changing climate by changing their farming practices. In CSA, we also look at our human well-being impact that we have through the amount of beneficiaries that we reach in a program, the amount of jobs that we created, the amount of trainings that we receive to support them in the adaptation process. The effectiveness of our soil restoration interventions has been proven in a case study that showed that there is a positive effect on the environment where we implement, but it also provides a positive socioeconomic benefit for the participants that are part of a program.
Ek is Rosie Fortuin van Nourivier. Ek is 'n steward en 'n veeboer. Ek bly in hierdie dorpie wat ver afgeleë is van al die geriewe wat mense deesdae geniet. Toe president Cyril Ramaphosa die Yes for Youth program uitgerol het ek en my gemeenskap nie daarvan gedroom dat Nourivier deel van die program sou word nie. Maar danksy CSA en die verhouding wat ons deur die jare opgebou het met CSA, kon ons 20 jeugdiges in Nourivier aanstel by die Yes for Youth program. Meerderheid vrouens is aangestel in hierdie program. So wanneer jy 'n jeugdige nou teen die pad kry wat deel is van die Yes for Youth program, kan hy vir jou 'n gabion bou wat grondrestaurasie help. Ons het opleiding gekry in 3-vlak monitering waar ons veld kan meet. Hoe groei dit of groei dit glad nie? Ons maak pondings om wegloopwaters te keer en sodoende nuwe plante groei aan te help. Die gabion se doel wat ons intrek en 'n impak maak oor 2-3 jaar. So die water hardloop nie meer weg nie. Met die vaardighede wat hierdie jeugdiges aangeleer is, kan ons nou water baie meer behou. Die jeugdiges help so ook die stewards wat ons noem die rentmeesters, om hulle gronde ook te restoreer, want ons sit in 'n plek waar oorbewyding plaasvind. So daai skills word ook oorgedra na die stewards toe, dat hulle op die einde van die dag ook 'n impak op hulle gronde kan maak en sodoende die vertrapping bietjie minder maak. Met klimaatsverandering het ons die impak gesien op ons veeboerdery. Daar kon jy dit nou duidelik sien. En CSA het nog 'n instansie ingeroep en gesê kom help die mense. En ons sit nou op die oomblik met Meatmaster en inheemse Noord-Kaapse spikkelbokramme. En weet julle wat die oulikste van dit is? Ek het 'n bokram en ek het 'n skaapram en vele ander van die boere. Dit groei vinniger, so jy kan jou lammers vinniger maak. Die spikkelbokram en die Meatmaster is vee wat stadig loop. Hulle trap nie die veld dood nie. Hulle beweeg stadig in die veld so en hulle se bekke en kloutjies is adept om hoog in die berg te klim. Skaap is nie eintlik 'n dier wat wil berg klim nie. Maar met die Meatmaster klim hulle die berg en hulle op die toppies, daar gaan hulle die fyn kossies. So die program is 'n reuse sukses. Die Yes for Youth program is 'n reuse sukses want ons het skills aangeleer. Die gemeenskap is bewus van die Yes for Youth wat hier werk, want hulle maak skoon en hulle sê dis die enigste program wat uitgerol is in die Kamiesberg waar kinders so entoesiasties is en ordentlike werk doen.
Ek is Angelique Visser van Steenkop.
Ons ervaar ook baie klimaatsverandering in ons omgewing en area, omdat dit baie min reën. So basically reën dit al oor 'n tydperk. En dit is natuurlike veranderinge wat plaasvind in ons omgewing. Wat ek en my span doen, ons probeer om elke dag spekboomstegies te plant. Dit help met klimaatsverandering. Dit is 'n plant wat van nature af groei, sonder water, sonder 'n spesifieke grond. So die spekboom help met klimaatsverandering. Dis hoekom ek elke persoon in ons gemeenskap of die persone wat my kan hoor vandag, om meer spekbome te plant by hulle huishoudings, want dit help met klimaatsverandering. Die Yes for Youth program het my lewe heeltemal verander, in die opsigte van, ek is die broodwinner by die huis. Ek het meer verantwoordeliker geword, ek is meer dapper, ek kan meer besluite neem. As 'n supervisor die jaar is ek meer gereed as die vorige jaar. Ek bou meer ervare die jaar. So wat, ek wil net vir die Yes program sê baie dankie, terselfdertyd met Conservation South Africa vir hierdie geleentheid as 'n supervisor. So weer eens van vir Yes for Youth en CSA wil ek sê baie dankie.
Ecosystem-based adaptation is a strategy for adapting to climate change. It does this by harnessing nature-based solutions and ecosystem services. The work of Conservation South Africa in Namakwaland is hugely groundbreaking. It has demonstrated to us that nature, ecology, society, and people are interlinked. Through this work, CSA has brought at the fore the importance of environmental consciousness, and not only the consciousness by the people or the communities in Namakwaland, but also the importance of this consciousness amongst the local leadership, including traditional leadership. It has also put in place groundbreaking conservation agreements that have strengthened the governance of the rangelands and the rangelands that are degrading at a very high rate within Namakwaland. It has shown how value chains, and particularly livestock value chains, can be built, sustained, and be of support not only to the livelihoods and the basic needs of local communities, but also ensuring access to markets and the improvement of incomes and creating jobs for the people of Namakwaland. Through this work, vulnerable communities have been protected from extreme weather. And this has been through community stewardship, where hundreds of hectares of rangelands have been transformed into productive landscapes. Both women, men, youth have been at the core of this transformation. Ecosystem-based adaptation shows us how we can draw benefits from a variety of ecological ecosystems. It is crucial for human well-being. The work of Conservation South Africa has demonstrated how, through improved livestock management, improved rangeland and landscape management, we can truly reduce habitat loss, and that ecological restoration is beneficial not only for us today, but for future generations.
Welcome back, everybody. And I would like to thank Ronald and his team in Namakwaland for a stunning video and for such excellent inputs. They've demonstrated how EbA makes a difference in people's livelihoods on a daily basis, from planting spekboom to farming with a new type of spikkelbok or meat master animals. It's truly inspiring work. Thank you, Ronald Newman and your team. It's a privilege for me to now introduce the Flamenco team, headed up by Rosanna Maya and Jonathan Pinar, who directed the video. Flamenco is a unique fusion between flamenco and deep-rooted Khoi dance to summon ecological restoration. Over to the video. Thank you.
Bare ke o manyane ke o manyeledi motswathe ke motswatheledi ka re tsamaya o bolelle thebe a itse fa e se thebe tse di theleditsana mme o mo gopa fa se thebe tse theletsana me o mo gopa khwela go be rra ke go rapela mabane ke letse ke go rapela ka re ke rata fang ka bo ke le letona la puso nna ma tlasana kwa jobetinya kwa re tshwereng bothata khwela go be rra ba iketsetsa ba tula le lefatshe re ke bona ke a tsofa botsotsi ba iketsetsa ba tula le maboto tira umhlaba uyahlaba kodwa mina ungihlabi ngoba mina ngiyawuthanda umhlaba unothile awubheke nembali zami khula kahle umhlaba unothile awubheke nemithi yami thela kahle umhlaba uyahlaba pula ke ra pula herenele ya batswana ke pula ya rona haene ke ra pula ya medupi haene pula we ke pula ke ra pula haene pula haene ke ra
Welcome back, and I trust you found the video inspiring and interesting. I would like to remind you to please leave comments and questions that you may have on the last two videos that were shown in the feedback opportunity within Zoom. We don't have a question and answer slot set up for today, but we welcome all your questions and comments in the feedback and the chat function, and I will consolidate that as input for the panel discussion a little bit later today at around 12. So I encourage you to please post questions that you would like to pose to the speakers. The next two slots are two poster presentations that will be presented. The first is by Lindokuhle Kanyele, and he is with the Umgungundlovu District Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. Lindo, please go ahead and take us through your poster and your project. Thank you.
Hi, Christian.
Hello, Lindo.
Yes, Christian. I'm not sure. I thought you were going to upload my. I'm in my office. Yeah, I'm in my office.
In Natal?
Yes, in KZN, specifically in Pietermaritzburg.
Perfect. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, that's where I'm based.
Great. We look forward to hearing about your interesting project.
Okay, thank you so much, Christelle.
Okay, you can go ahead quickly.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindokuhle Kanyele from Umgungundlovu District Municipality. I'm a learning network coordinator for a project, Umngeni Resilience Project. It is a climate adaptation project funded by SANBI, being implemented by the district municipality, of which is, in this case, Umgungundlovu District Municipality. It's situated in the province of KwaZulu-Natal in the Midlands. The title of the project is called Building Resilience in the Greater Umngeni Catchment. In short, it's called Umngeni Resilience Project. As I've mentioned, Umngeni catchment is one of the largest catchment that supplies water into one of the major towns in the KwaZulu-Natal, being Pietermaritzburg and Durban. The project is located in Umgungundlovu district. The project is located in Mkungundlovu district in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, but the pilot site for the EbA project is located in a low-lying high-density settlement within the rural areas of Ward 8 of Vulindlela, Msunduzi local municipality. Msunduzi local municipality is one of the local municipalities for Mkungundlovu district, as well as another rural area in the Ward 5 of Klazuga, Richmond local municipality. Also one of the municipalities under Mkungundlovu district municipality. The challenge, the climate projection within the district indicated that in fact, we are seeing this now happening. It's no longer a projection. It's something that is happening now. Is that we will have the warmer and then uncertain mean annual rainfall. And also we will see the increase of number of flash flood, severe storm events due to the short duration of the rainfall. With floods, severe storm and fires already being among the main hazard currently the district is facing, these projections are of a particular of a concern, as they indicate an increased risk of these climate-driven events, and do not exclude the potential for the increase in the drought events. But the overall objective of this project is to reduce vulnerability of these communities, the small-scale farmers within the district to the impact of climate change. This is to be achieved by increasing climate resilience and adaptive capacity by combining traditional and scientific knowledge in an integrated approach to adaptation. The program objectives are enabled through implementing a suite of gender-sensitive project intervention, focusing on these following components. One component being the early warning system and a ward-based disaster response system. The second component being ecological and engineering infrastructure solution focused on a vulnerable community. This is where the work of EbA comes into play. And then also we try to integrate the use of climate resilient crops and climate smart techniques into a new and existing farming system. And then also sharing or dissemination of adaptation lesson learned, and then also we try to influence the policy by submitting the recommendation that will be coming up from the project, in order for us to facilitate scaling up into other districts and also ultimately into the province, and also be able to replicate what's happening in this pilot site into other project areas. One might ask, how did this originate, or how this affect the human activities or the communities within the Mkungundlovu district? These communities within Vulindlela and Klazuga, they are highly reliant on ecosystem services, but particularly in Vulindlela, where livestock rearing is very important to their livelihood activities. However, we have noticed that there's been a degradation of grassland, and then also the problem of overgrazing, and then also the impact of climate variability and change, which include the short-term rainfall events and also a long dry spell, which this exacerbate the deteriorated of the grassland. The lack of grass cover results in flushing of topsoil. Those are the problems that are happening. Also, the topsoil being eroded into the water courses, and also ultimately being deposited in the downstream wetland. This has resulted in a reduced rainfall infiltration and water table recharge. Communities in Tlazuga, they are at risk of fire as a result of alien invasive, which increase the fuel load, as well as it also reduce food security, because now the alien invasive, they're encroaching on the farming land. So people are no longer able to farm because now there's encroachment of alien invasive species. This has resulted in fires within the area, and then also crop failure because of and then also loss and then also drought. Ultimately, the work that we're doing there, especially in Vulindlela, as I've mentioned, we are rehabilitating about 200 hectares of grassland, repairing 12 kilometers of riparian zone, and then restoring about 1,000 hectares of natural bushland. So this is the EbA work that is taking place. Within our district. I don't know whether there are questions. Yeah, but that's my poster presentation. Thank you.
Linda, thank you very much. It is really inspiring to hear how people are making this work on a daily basis and the benefits gained for communities through ecosystem restoration. Thank you very much. I would also like to challenge the participants to think about how the presentation that Lindo made, the video that we saw of the Namaqualand project, as well as Flamencoi, and the project that we will be looking at next, how do these artistic expressions find their way into the keynote and thought leadership presentations that were made by Ms. Troney and Mr. Kope? Please use the chat function to post your answers and your ideas there. I would really like to hear what you are thinking and where you think the baseline are for the wonderful expressions that we are seeing today. Linda, thank you again. Our next speaker is Ayanda Siguela, who will be presenting a project by the Olive Leaf Foundation that is supported by the government of Flanders. This project is about communal agricultural transformation and empowering people to restore land. I look forward to hearing all about it. Ayanda, over to you.
Okay, thank you everyone. My name is Ayanda Mkhweb, as mentioned. I'm a project manager for the Olive Leaf Foundation. Our project takes place in the Eastern Cape in South Africa, in Chris Hani district, and also under the EU communal district. This project takes place in one of the former 10 homelands of South Africa, if people can still remember. And those areas were largely marginalized in the past. So we're dealing with a backlog of a lot of things. I find it very interesting that the last presentation by Ndokuhle we seem to share a lot of similarities, I think, because we all come from rural South Africa. Our challenges here in rural communal areas is that livestock and people are intricately linked. In our culture, livestock is not only seen as a business, it's seen as a form, not only as a form of livelihood, it's seen as a rite of passage for males and females and so on. So the challenge is that vast tracts of degraded land due to destructive animal grazing practices increases poverty in this region. This is the land has been degrading since 1994, if I remember, and we found that this is caused by a lack of knowledge. There was a knowledge vacuum that was created by the former government, where they used these areas, like I mentioned, as labor reservoirs of the country. So our farming knowledge is based on a form that knowledge gets passed on from generation to generation. Now, young men were taken to the cities to work in mines and factories. What happened? We ended up losing that indigenous knowledge that we used to have on how to rear livestock and how to take care of land, and thus led to this lack of knowledge that led to degrading of land. Communal farmers lack the knowledge, like I'm saying, the skills to manage their land effectively, and that's where we come in. We have identified the knowledge gap, so therefore we embarked on a journey to restore the land. And then when we started wanting to understand what made the land degrade, one of the major issues that popped up was climate change. Unfortunately, in our rural areas, a lot was not known about climate change. People simply translated it as the world getting old. They were not aware of climate change and all that it does in the process. So what we then embarked on was to educate people on climate change firstly, and then on restoring the land, like the EbA. We use livestock to restore the degraded land. So what we do is not to take what they already have there, take it away. We use the very same animals that they own to heal the land, the animals that actually were thought to be the major source of the problem. And then our objective, the central objectives of the problem are social development and environmental restoration, occurring with an inclusive green economy. As was, like I've said before, we face the challenges of social development because of lack of knowledge, like I mentioned, and then we tend to want to increase economic growth through better genetics in livestock, through better, healthier grass plants, and through better crop production that we can be using. And then we focus on restoring the land, like I'm saying, where our objective is to save the grass. The healthier grass plants leads to cleaner water, which cleaner water leads to healthier underground water and healthier underwater life that we seek, like because when water just runs off and it's very muddy, there's no grass plant there to cover the land. It's simply, the water simply contaminates everything that is there, the rivers, and ultimately the animals that exist in the rivers. Livestock is a tool that we use to restore the degraded land. we use livestock in a planned grazing methodology, where we pack all our livestock together, move them in a planned manner from one area to the next area, so that they don't finish up everything, and they also allow grass plants to grow and then regenerate, so as to make sure that there's always a foliage for them for the future, and then it gives opportunity to wildlife to come back, because wildlife has been driven away because of lack of food and stuff like that. So so I also like to share a screen just to illustrate how we actually do this planned grazing system. Okay. If you can agree. Must I leave it? Must I leave it?
We can, Ayanda.
Yes. Glitches here. Sorry about that. I'll just simply have to explain what I wanted to show you. There's been a lot of criticism regarding agriculture about some of the climate change activists. Agriculture has been seen as one of the major causes of global warming and climate change. But we don't believe that is the cow that's the problem. We believe that is the how you manage your cattle and how you manage your land. That should be the issue. So, like I'm saying, like I said before, we use livestock to, for example, you take it to an area that's only got bare soil and ground. You take those animals there to break up the soil whenever the rain comes, and then that area is able to absorb the rain. And we teach communities that how to use less frequent rain that comes. It's less frequent, but it's more rain in a short period of time. We teach communities how to capture that rain without putting up reservoirs, like you're saying, just taking soil into, sort of taking the rain into the soil. If you get, if there's grass coverage anyway, then the water takes longer to run off, and then it gives the time to sink. And then what we've noticed is that there were many gender imbalances when it comes to understanding climate change. We find that the majority of people that were involved in all these projects were elderly males. And when you look at the situation change, it will be easy for them to educate children, and those children will understand what all this climate change is about. So it's not about just about the world getting older. So what we teach them about is that if we allow nature to regenerate, we can create more grass for the animals, obviously, and then more foliage, and then healthier animals that will lead to healthier people, because healthier animals will lead more, will give you a lot of, it will yield more income into the households. And we also found that women are also very much in charge of taking care of the households. So if you bring them closer to these farming activities, you have a better chance of the income that is being generated there being used in a manner that will sustain the future, in a manner that we will be able to educate more and more people, younger generations, to be able to understand yes. And in this process, we use a framework called the regenerative framework, which we use Community Health Index. Unfortunately, my screens are not working. I was going to show you how, but I'm only going to explain a little bit. What we do is to try and ascertain community health, how healthy is the community in terms of physical health, in terms of environmental health, in terms of psychological health. Because once you fail to address those issues, those primary problems, then you might end up implementing the project without really understanding where the problems lie within the community. And then we develop a joint community context where the entire community comes together, and then they come up with what they would like to see for the future of their communities. And then we allow everyone to participate in one big group, and then we segregate the groups, where we have one group for youth, one group for women, and one group for elderly men or men in general, so that we make sure that we have everyone's view in that context. And then we look at community structures. We have found that there are structures that have been implemented that are existing in communities, but some of them have serious lack in knowledge. They don't know exactly what their role is, or if they do know, sometimes there are strong men who use their positions in a very unbecoming fashion. So we fix structures so that we make it a point that everyone is represented there. And then we go to community work, where we seek to create community abundance and resilience in future regarding the resilience of the communities to be able to stand the challenges that are presented by global warming and the socio-economic issues that are facing the community at the moment. And we also have a monitoring and evaluation tools. One of them we call EOV, Ecological Outcomes Verification, where we go to these degraded lands that we're talking about, take soil samples, do soil testing, we look at what is happening. Because we have found that a lot of criticism comes from various organizations and even government at some stage, that how sure are you that this land is being regenerated and it's improving? So EOV comes as a handy tool. We take samples, do testing, we do carbon testing, and then we see, so that we go back every year, and then we set up long-term sites every 5 years, so that we can create evidence of what we're trying to create, so that we can present evidence. And then that's how we monitor. And then we do community surveys where we have field workers going each and every household to hear from the communities if they see the difference and what else needs to be done in us moving forward. So yeah, so that's our project in a nutshell.
Thank you so much, Ayanda. Thank you very much. In order, I'm pleased to be blessed as a sister of the Eastern Cape. So thank you again for reminding me of the wonderful work that is being done there. Thank you, everyone. We are actually right on time. At this stage, we made up a little bit of time by cutting out one of the breaks. The next session is our lounge room panel discussion. And for some other reason, I don't know why I keep on thinking about the song Lounge Room Lizards. Forgive me for saying that. If I could please call on Mr. Nicolas Boscher, the Development Cooperation Attaché at the General Representation of the Government of Flanders, Ms. Cecilia Jenga, our leader for this symposium, the head of UNEP Environment in South Africa, and Mr. Barney Koppe, the Acting Chief Director at Department Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, the Biodiversity Monitoring and Specialist Services Unit. These three astute speakers will be taking questions from myself that I have taken from the chat function. And if I can ask the control room to open up the panel discussion so that we can continue with this time slot. Thank you. Also, just to note that Nicolas is joining us from Belgium. I would like to open up the discussion and request three questions. The first question pertains to the thought leadership presentations that were made by Jessica as well as Barney. And a couple of participants would like to know from your perspective, and I'm going to pose this question to each member on the panel, how do you link the different artistic expressions that we have shown, in other words, from the poem to the dance, especially the last two project presentations, as well as the project in Namaqualand, how do you make the linkages between these artistic expressions and the thought leadership presentations that were made earlier in the day, specifically with regards to the urgency to take action for EBA, not only in South Africa and the region, but worldwide, and also with regards to the risk linkages that Ms. Trowey explained to us. If I could start with Cecilia to please respond to this firstly.
Thank you very much, Christelle, and really so glad to still be here and to experience this knowledge fair, which is really emerging to be quite life transformational experience for many of us that work in the ecosystem-based adaptation sector. First, I'd like to say, yes, the keynote speakers emphasized the need to take action. They said inaction is not an option. And that we must urgently gear ourselves towards taking any possible actions, whether it's in terms of capacity, whether it's in terms of piloting, whether it's in terms of upscaling, unlocking resources to make sure that we continue to support our ecosystems and make better connections with nature so that nature can be also friendly to us. In terms of the artistic expression, I think there is no better way of expressing humanity's reliance and dependence on nature better than you can do it in art. In terms of expression, in terms of touch, in terms of connecting, in terms of movement, etc. And I believe that nature offers us that opportunity to get inspired by it, but also to be inspired to protect it and also to sustainably eke a living out of it. So I would say that the artistic expressions were very relevant. They have brought to us in reality people's expectations, people's dreams, people's desires, but also people's frustrations in terms of what it is that they can do to nurture and take care of Mother Nature. They've also shown us the need for collaboration. Art happens, and art's best expressions is when there is collaboration, there is harmony, and that the movement is in unison. And therefore, if we are not in unison with Mother Nature, then we dare face the implications and the impact that the ecosystems would release on us as human beings. So I'd like to stop there and give an opportunity to my colleagues also to make their comments on this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. I'm just reminded of the saying that definitely nature can live without us, but certainly we can't live without nature. If I could pose that question and ask Nicholas to respond, please.
Christelle, can you hear me well?
I can hear you and we can see you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. Thank you very much. And thanks again for UNEP for organizing this very interesting symposium. I would also like to come back to the need for action, and especially really emphasize that the time to take action is now. I think it has been emphasized by many speakers that today we see and we witness the impact of climate change throughout the world. It's not only a phenomenon that happens now in certain countries or certain regions of the world, but I think it's something that's happening in every country. For example, I'm sitting in Belgium today and I'm having cold. Nevertheless, it's summer here in Belgium. So we've seen wildfires, droughts, floods, cyclones, and storms throughout the world. And I think the impact of these are harder on vulnerable communities, but it's affecting the life of everybody throughout the world. So the need for action is now. It's our society and our worldwide economies. These are not structures that can be changed easily. This is a path that will take many years, but it's important to start turning that big ship now. So the need for action and the urgency for this is really something that I would like to emphasize. And as I think Geraldine Rijmenans of the Government of Flanders also indicated, we are looking forward to the COP26 in Glasgow in November of this year to really give a new impulse and to really stress the need for action in time now. With regard to the artistic expression, I'm not at all an expert in arts, but what I do note is that it takes you back to the basics of nature. Art is very old, is a very old expression who uses nature, and I think it's an important sign also for us now to go back to nature and to see how can we work together with nature and not against it. And I like to give a quick example of my own in Belgium. I belong to a generation when I was young that has seen the expansion of concrete, really the building of infrastructure in houses. When I come back now to Belgium every year, I see that there is the efforts to reverse this trend and try to reintroduce nature back in our cities. Africa has got a vast area of nature and can use that. So use that wisely and don't make also the mistake to think about development first and only afterwards think about the sustainability of it. I will keep it here for now here and give the word back to you, Christelle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. I appreciate your perspective from a donor funder that supported so many of the projects in South Africa. Barney, if we could move to you, if you could please reply to this question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to echo sentiments made by Cecilia and Nicholas in terms of action. I think this is the time where we need to ramp up. That's the message that came through clearly. But I think the one powerful thing that we noticed is that partnerships are very important and critical, because we bring different aspects to the table, and those can only strengthen, the energy, the ideas, and how to go about implementing things. So I think from that then emerges a lot of creativity, going forward in terms of realizing the objectives, the goals that we want to realize. So that's what I had, and also like recognizing that things happen at level. So how do we bring the municipalities in? For instance, we have initiated, a project with the South Africa European Utility, where we've clearly identified the need to bring the municipalities on board as part of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, which is a new deal under the Convention on Biological Diversity for Nature and People. In terms of the arts, I think that's a fascinating way and a creative way, really, to communicate, and a powerful way to communicate, because that involves interpretation and exploring relationships in terms of, do I really understand my relationship with the environment and so on? And how do I interact with the environment? So that helps us to, as Nicholas said, it brings it down back to basics, and then you start realizing that, the entry point to mobilize 50 million plus South Africans towards this cause is actually to first understand the relationship of the people with the environment, or their interpretation of the environment, and then move together, co-develop aspects that need to unify so that it puts us on the same page, and then bring in aspects that are missing through research or further searching of information. So I thought it was a creative way of communicating the message, and a powerful way for that matter, because it somehow raised that curiosity if I may put it that way, you know, and people want to pursue now it further and to understand it. Yeah, thank you.
Barney, thank you very much. I could not agree with you more that artistic expression really takes us back to basics, and that we need mobilization of any kind at this stage to make sure that we address adaptation urgently. I would like to then pose 3 questions that are specific to each of the panelists. The first is to Cecilia, and this is with regards to someone posting on the group about the contextualization of EBA in South Africa. So the way that the program was structured was really to provide participants a global perspective, then bringing that into the regional perspective through the thought leadership presentation, and then Barney through your presentation and the different projects, really look at local implementation. Cecilia, the question there was, as we have developed EBA in South Africa and as the concept has progressed, there clear contextual gaps or additions, I would rather like to say, to the concept of EBA emerged in the form of specifically livelihoods, restoring ecosystems to generate and to maintain and ensure livelihoods for rural communities, looking at women, gender, women, youth, and specifically at Indigenous knowledge. The question was if you could please explain a little bit how these additions or how these different elements enrich EBA in South Africa, and then from UNEP's side, what would be the next step to ensure that we keep on incorporating these elements into EBA? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Christelle. I think this question is critical, not just for this symposium, but in seeing how this program, emerges as we move forward. And as we mentioned, it's really anchored not just to climate change processes, particularly the COP processes, but also the UN Decade for Ecological Restoration, which calls much more for action on the ground and scaling up restoration activities across the globe. Yes, the context of it is based on the initial work that, of course, SANBI and the department led, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment led, and the strategy that had already been developed. And therefore, it's moving from strategy to implementation. And we asked ourselves a lot of questions. What would that mean? The strategy is quite clear. The strategy identifies broad areas within which, if strategic action was taken by key stakeholders, that we would be able to contribute to the climate change adaptation response. We also recognized that EBA had become a very important part and parcel of the climate change adaptation responses across the world. And there was already a growing movement, actually, I'd say from the grassroots level, whether it's Latin America, whether it's Asia or it's in Africa, that were really geared to making a significant contribution. In that whole mapping, we looked at the global commitments, not just the Convention on climate change, but also the interconnectivity between climate change and biodiversity and land restoration through the CCD, which is the Convention on Desertification. My connection is not very clear. So we started having consultations and conversations together with the department and other stakeholders through the National Coordinating Committee for EBA in order for us to agree on which specific gaps UNEP support based on our comparative advantage and our technical capacity would be relevant for us to support. And therefore, we did recognize that the whole issue of vulnerable communities and the need of strengthening their livelihood capacity, but also for them to fully engage in ecosystem-based adaptation was necessary. And of course, seeking to find sustainable, nature-based solutions to the everyday challenges that our communities continue to face here in South Africa, whether it's access to safe and clean drinking water and affordable water, whether it's on safe energy, whether it's clean air, etc. And so going back to basics, but also identifying nature-based solutions that are simultaneously responding to ecosystems development that could really enhance the livelihoods of the people. We also saw that women were extremely central, and it goes back to the history of when we started the women and development movement, when we realized that women play a significant role in natural resources management. And therefore, natural ecosystems are part and parcel of natural resources. And therefore, the need that the approaches we put in place continue to make women's role extremely central, not only just in receiving support, but also being part and parcel of the governance framework. And that's why the presentation we had from Siguela today is all about cooperative governance and seeing how we can work together at the local level to strengthen community cooperative governance and bring the voices and the actions of community on the forefront. And of course, the gap of financing. At the end of the day, we said, yes, it is good to have pilots or small actions taking place in different parts, scattered all over, but we do need an innovative approach in terms of how we finance to go to scale. Many examples of actions that are being taken at the local level, but what we lack is connecting those dots and upscaling those programs so that they can have a significant socioeconomic impact on the people that we so much desire to serve. But I'd like to stop there and allow my other colleagues to make their contributions also on this. Thanks, Christelle.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cecilia. I would also like to remind the participants that in Vuki Dlamini's poem, he included a reference to the project on rooibos tea, where indigenous knowledge actually saved the day in helping to shed knowledge on the fact that indigenous, more hardy rooibos tea was actually one of the other alternative options to ensure livelihood. Barney, I would like to pose the next question to you. DFFE has been pivotal in really embedding EbA in South Africa within an excellent policy framework, and has also played a pivotal role in leading EbA in the region. One of the participants would like to know from you, from a policy perspective, from DFFE perspective, what are the next steps for EbA in South Africa after today and after the symposium?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think that is a great question, very important question as well. And it's precisely one of the objectives of this very same platform that we've convened today, to solicit, ideas, especially from a wide variety of stakeholders out there, to share with us, their insights, their thinking, in terms of the approaches, the best approaches towards scaling up, some of the interventions, because you may find some of the interventions are good, but the scale at which they are being implemented, they are not as, big. As a result, the impact is very minimal, So I think this platform allows for that exchange of information and creative thinking, more importantly, co-developing, approaches and ideas going forward. So again, going forward, our role still remains pivotal to make sure that we remain steadfast at coordinating and at working together with as many stakeholders as possible, especially, during the time that we are going through with the pandemic and so on. What sort of lessons are we learning, and how are these background changes impacting on the way we're able to execute our work going forward? And issues like, innovative financing and resources and capacity mobilization as well. So we look forward as well, because what we encourage is to work with everyone, but not necessarily impose, thinking, because it's going to be a nice bottom-up approach that fits in very well with, the goals that we want to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you, Barney. In the interest of time, I'm going to move on to Nicholas. Nicholas, as a key implementing partner to UNEP, DFFE, SANBI, and the other partners, through your support, I would like you to share your perspectives on implementing EbA in South Africa, and particularly on closing the gap between national policies that are very well established and local authority or local project implementation. All of us that have worked in South Africa are all too familiar with the implementation gap. So the question posed to you is to please speak to that gap from your unique experience as the implementing partner in this regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderator, for this interesting question. Well, I think my experience is that in many countries implementation is difficult. I think many countries are blessed with good policies, and when it comes down to implementation, I think many governments, they do their efforts, and but also are facing challenges of the implementation. And I think one aspect of this might be that the governments might not be able to assure all the implementation themselves. So they might also be dependent on the implementation by others. The implementation gap between national policies and the local level is also something that is seen in many countries, and especially when it comes down to topics which should be mainstreamed. One of the difficulties that many governments are struggling with is a silo approach. And of course, if you implement a silo approach, then implementation can be much faster. Let's think, for example, on healthcare, and let's use the COVID pandemic as an example, where you can really very easily decentralize from the central government to local governments and reach hospitals. It's much more difficult when you're facing issues that touch on every sector, such as climate change, because then you have to make sure that at national level, your policies are integrated in the different departments, and then that it's been decentralized. And when we decentralize, the question also has to be asked, do we have the necessary experts there to implement? I'm not really that long in South Africa to have a clear opinion about it, but in many countries, once you go down, you face staff challenges. People might be generalists. They are lacking the experts, and maybe they're also having a staff shortage. So how do you address then these challenges at the local level? How do you make sure that at the national level, you will be able to provide the necessary technical expertise from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, making sure that this technical expertise is being provided to the municipalities so they can translate everything into action. So it's the transversal nature which makes it quite difficult, then it makes capacity shortages will also make it difficult. And finally, it's the finances. Having good financial systems in place, making sure that your government is able to move fast. I think it's a challenge that many governments are facing, and I think every country has to critically look whether the administrative processes are helping or are delaying implementation. It's a challenge when local municipalities don't manage to consume their budget and don't manage to turn it into action and have to send back balances to the headquarters. We are also facing that with projects. Implementing organizations, they don't manage to spend the money wisely, rapidly. So it's an implementation of the activities in a quite responsive way. I mean, responsive in a rapid way, but also in a proactive way. I think it's very important. It's a missed opportunity when resources are there, but local authorities don't manage to implement. It's really a missed opportunity, and we should make sure that this is not holding up the necessary action. Thank you. I hope that was addressing the question.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are exactly on time. I am going to take 3 minutes of the next slot, if you will indulge me, just for a quick fire round for our panelists. I'm just struck by what is possible with regards to collaboration of the 3 partners on the panel and what has been achieved in this regard, and also by the astute leadership that we heard from this morning in UNEP, together with thought leadership and then with local implementation. So with that in mind, your responses, all the projects and the artistic expressions that we've shared today do touch on the themes, the strategy, and the intellectual property that will be explored in the symposium in the next 2 days. So just a quick fire round from all 3 panelists. What would you like to challenge participants with in participating in the symposium over the next 2 days? Nicholas, can we start with you since you're on the screen already?
Yes, thank you, moderator. And I love the question. And one challenge that I would like to voice out is, how will you reach out to the broader community? I think we are talking a lot about within our expertise to colleagues, but the question is, how do you reach the broader audience? How do you reach the broader public? And I think this is a responsibility for each of us to make sure that this consciousness about our climate and using nature is something that we voice out to everybody. So to all the participants, my challenge is, what will you do to reach out to your friends, family, and the broader community to also install this consciousness about using nature, about ecosystem-based adaptation?
Thank you, Nicholas. Quick fire response, Cecilia, from your side.
Nicholas has summed it so well, you know. I think the key critical question I keep asking myself is, what does it take for us not to be part of that generation that caused others to miss that opportunity? How can we better harness the resources that are placed on us, and not just finance, but the capacities, the technologies, the opportunity to inspire others to take action? How can we be part of a generation that will mass mobilize people for greater social impact, that people can be able to operate and avoid the adverse impacts that a changing climate may have. That's really my question. Let's not be part of the generation that will be said that we were part that cost others to miss, and ourselves too, and future generation to miss the opportunity. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Cecilia. I felt that is a question I think that would play in certainly in my mind going forward. Thank you. Barney, quick fire response from your side.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. So for me, the big word is creative. It's the 21st century. And we've got so much vast knowledge, in front of us. So much science, is out there. How do we tap on that and let it assist us to transition nicely the science into the policy space, but more importantly, into implementation or practice, if you like. So that's the first part. But the other part is, which still talks to creativity. As we all know, COVID has really stretched us, in terms of many respects, but more importantly, finances, So how do we become creative in this space to utilize the little that we can to make an impact, or use it smartly to set us up nicely for, the sort of ensuing stages that will fit in very well nicely, so that this is sustained over time. But lastly, emphasizing more on Nicholas's point of communication. Ideally, we want 50 million plus South Africans, behind us. And we want each and every one to know that, this is biodiversity, this is how it's important, this is my role. People understanding, getting to that level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barney, and thank you to all our panelists. Before I ask Cecilia Njenga to speak a last word, from my side, we set out to provide you with inspiration and hope through today's knowledge fair. But I think we've gone a lot further in providing astute information, a very good conceptual framework, setting baselines, challenges, and emphasizing the urgency towards action today. And I trust that we have provided fertile ground for your participation in the symposium 2 days tomorrow, on Thursday, and then again on Friday from 9 to 1. Personally, from my side, it was an honor and a pleasure to take part in this knowledge fair and to be included in a group of people that spoke and that participated. It's truly humbling. I thank you again for your participation. In terms of housekeeping, please know that the Knowledge Fair platform serves as the platform for the rest of the symposium. Posters, presentations over the next 2 days will be uploaded onto the platform as a knowledge repository going forward. And I ask your continued participation in this work. That is the last word from my side. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Cecilia Njenga, who will close out today's knowledge fair session for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christelle. And I really want to thank all of you, those of us that have joined us on Zoom and those of us that are listening to us on the streaming, and to really thank you for joining us. I will very, very quickly, just for the benefit of those who may have missed parts of it, just quickly summarize a few points, because I think it's extremely crucial that we close the day with very, very, succinct messaging out of what has come out of the conversation so far today. I think one of the key messages that came from Jessica is that in South Africa, we must avoid maladaptation in all its forms. And I think that's the same point that Nicholas also emphasized about missed opportunities. We must learn how not to do things that contribute to maladaptation, and we all have a responsibility. We have progressed a lot in terms of integrating adaptation and EbA into planning instruments, but we need to take a step forward to mainstream EbA into relevant sector plans, whether it's agriculture, it's health, it's water, it's ecotourism. We want to see a much better mainstreaming of EbA into the plans, budgets, policies, fiscal and regulatory frameworks. Evidence is crucial. And whether we are talking about evidence that's generated through citizen science or evidence that's generated through major scientific projects and research, it will be necessary for us to put it in a way that can communicate and inform decision-making and strategy implementation, as the minister said, from municipal level, at the local level, to national, to regional, and to the global level, as Geraldine emphasized the importance of global commitments. We must invest in nature, in people, through prerequisite training, capacity building programs, exchanges, etc. Bernie, our partner from our very, very strong partner who has been with this program from its very inception, emphasized that South Africa is one of the mega biodiverse countries in the world. I have had an opportunity to experience this. There are multiple benefits that biodiversity through ecosystem services offers. There is sufficient scientific evidence that South Africa has suffered change, and therefore, as development partners, as implementing partners, as communities and as individuals, we cannot ignore this. A number of steps have been taken in South Africa, and I will not repeat what Bernie says because the presentation will be available, but let's work together from the local level, from the municipality level, from our townships, to the district municipalities, to the province and to the nation to bring this element and move the process forward. I love the video. I love the work that Conservation South Africa is doing on the Namakwa Land Conservation Stewardship Program. And I've also, even at UNEP, been able to highlight and bring the attention of the world to the to the breakthrough in terms of what the conservation agreements that have been promoted through the work of CSA has brought in terms of unlocking and bringing better opportunities for the people of Namakwa land. You have demonstrated, CSA, that the essence and the centrality of collaboration between farmers as implementers, funders, municipality, CSOs and CBOs, including scientists, etc., are important ingredients in ensuring success. And success here is not just measured in terms of the project outputs, but in terms of real transformation and impacting on the socioeconomic and livelihoods of the people and the indigenous people of Namakwa land. I'd really like to remove my hat for this extraordinary initiative that you are undertaking. The flamenco dance, a creative way of using art to summon ecological restoration action. It both draws attention and brings joy to this very essential subject matter. I am a lover of art, theater, and theater. I'm also, and I could just feel it in me, really, really vibrating and bringing out the joy that all of us would have if we continued to nurture and take care of Mother Nature. Through that piece of art, you indicate your love of Umhlaba, our land. Land connoting the ecosystems and all its services that are fundamental to our survival and livelihoods. The importance of reliable rainfall and its centrality to water security, food and nutrition security. You so well and artistically highlighted. I love flamenco. The poster presentations, I hope you've all had a chance to look at this, from building resilience in the greater Umungeni catchments area, to looking at the projections from science, which are now being translated into reality, inclusive of higher temperatures, droughts, and how communities are addressing this. We are also looking at the anthropogenic activities such as overgrazing and land degradation, as well as the invasive alien species, and all concerted attention in order for us to find solutions for large-scale restoration, and of course, the key results of improving livelihoods at the very community level. I already mentioned Dr. Siguela's contribution, and I liked his statement. The problem is not the cow, but rather the how. All nature needs to regenerate. Then we can have more foliage for our animals, more income, better livelihoods for the communities and the women and the children that live within our communities. Let's create resource abundance, which in turn translates to community resilience. Really, really very good messaging coming here. Joint community context approach. This is where the entire community comes together to reimagine their future, as the resident coordinator mentioned this morning. Promote collaboration, ensure co-ownership and buy-in into the work that we are doing. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let me emphasize the importance of collaboration with key partners to enrich our climate change adaptation efforts in South Africa. I'd like to strongly emphasize the need for alignment of our programs and resources, and please, please, let's avoid silo approach. Central to this is the important role of women and youth in climate change resilience. We must make women and the youth a very central part of our processes. Let's focus to support the local level, as was emphasized by the minister, the municipal level, and commit ourselves to support the district's development model. We need urgency to take action. Now, whether it's about capacity, it's about collaboration, it's about technology transfer, it's about financing, we need to take that urgent action. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, be inspired by nature. Protect it. Live in harmony with Mother Nature, and you will enjoy the results of ensuring that nature and humanity remain in harmony. Thank you very much, Christelle.
Thank you, Cecilia.
In our area, there are several causes for the soil erosion that is taking place. One of the major causes that is very serious is the proliferation of the wattle on our landscapes.
The wattle are actually an invasive plant species in the area. You can imagine in these communities where people rely on informal sources, such as springs, and sometimes getting their water directly from the riverbed and the streams. If you have something that's actually taking up all their water, consuming all their water, it leaves them with pretty much nothing to use.
Kapa yona irese e bang ila ya etsang yena la tulong ya rona baka sa rona ka nnete se setle mosebetsi o motle haholo ntate mabe bile ra e thabela hape e butse le makgulo ntwana o shoro bo le mo se tlang jwa mo ya le bolso bo le boholo bo kopane hantle o tshwana le bo ka thoko o hlathi.